Good evening. What's up, Parser people?
Hello, Parser people. How are you tonight? Happy Tuesday. Happy Text Adventure Tuesday.
Happy Text Adventure New Year to you.
Yeah. It's the first time that we have my wonderful co-host J-Ram back.
Got that fresh New Year spell. Take it out of the packaging, crumple it a little bit.
Awesome. So what do you have for me tonight, J-Ram?
So tonight we are going to play Toby's Nose by Chandler Groover, author of Eat Me, and also Jelly, which we briefly discussed returning to, but your humble co-host here explored the last puzzle again and decided it was unfair. So we're going to play Sherlock Holmes's Dog.
Awesome. So what... I know you've played this. What do we have to expect here? Or are we going to have more vaguely, for lack of a better word, erotic descriptions of things?
Well, I mean, knowing Groover's usual style, probably. I will cop, this is where my terrible goldfish brain comes in handy, because I'm endlessly surprised at things that I know that I enjoyed in the past. It's like giving a recommendation to yourself. I remember almost nothing about this.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm frantically grabbing note paper.
I do recall it's pretty hard, and I enjoy mysteries very much, but have a medical condition called stupid brain.
So I will need multiple sheets of paper.
Yeah.
I love this. Awesome. Well, I have a question for you, J-Ram.
Hit me.
Have you played interactive fiction before?
Let's see what he has to say.
Yeah, give me 1 second to, because I found, and I appreciate, especially with Chandler Groover's games, that he actually does have cover art. And I like it.
Oh, I like that a lot.
All right, we haven't, so let's pretend like we haven't played upwards of 50 or 60 of these now.
Don't think about it.
It's funny though, because you know, I was taking a look at the end of the year to just see, you know, I hadn't really played interactive fiction. How many have I played? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I actually have a leg to stand on for knowing what the heck I'm talking about now.
I'm glad to have spread the mind virus to at least one other.
So here's what we need to know to get started. And this is true of all parser-based interactive fiction. You interact with the game by typing into the command line. Typing whole sentences isn't necessary and actually won't work. The game responds to simple commands formatted as verb noun. Sometimes a simple verb will be enough. An example, examine me. That makes your player character, Toby, look at himself. You could also examine Holmes or examine carpet and so on. The examine verb is abbreviated as X, so that typing X me has the same effect. Sometimes the game will pause and you'll need to hit a key to continue, such as right now.
Hooray!
And it's funny actually, like, that is not, so I don't know what this was written in originally, but that is, there is an extension for what's called pausing the game in Inform. It's by, of course, Emily Short. And that actually puts a like hit space to continue at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is Chandler Groover's own
Own devising.
Yeah, because if I remember right, Eat Me had a really similar help screen.
Yeah, and for those of y'all just joining us, one of the reasons that I and we got real into this author is the absolute depth of their implementation.
Yeah.
Everything from the custom parser responses to the individual little help texts to pausing the game to have you played IF before. There's a lot of thought and care that goes into every little piece of these games.
Yeah. And I mean, I think in particular as well that I really liked about Eat Me is that it was just unrelentingly weird. And I'm kind of looking forward to putting that in a more like grounded setting.
From what I recall, it still gets kind of weird. We're dealing with Sherlock Holmes here. The man was on cocaine 24/7.
What, they weren't nicotine patches?
What do you think a snuff box was?
Hey, snuff is nicotine.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. So another common command that we will probably be used constantly is inventory, abbreviated as I. In most games, typing inventory will display what items you're carrying, but in this game, it will display important clues that you've smelled, which is interesting. Which brings us to smell. Because you'll be smelling so many things to solve the mystery, you can abbreviate the smell command to simply S. Oh, okay. In order to save your progress, save will open an option to create a file. Restore will allow you to load a previously saved file. Yeah. By the way, capitalizing these commands isn't required. On to the game. Yeah, hi Josh, how are you tonight? Happy Text Adventure Tuesday.
Happy New Year.
Now that everyone is here, says Sherlock Holmes, I'll ask that you please lock the door, Inspector, and pocket the key. Nobody should exit this room under any circumstances. A murderer is in our company.
Dun, dun, dun.
Toby's Nose, a study in scent by Chandler Groover. This is released too. So this was done for one of the competitions, right?
I believe so. I don't actually recall a lot about the history of this game, so we'll find out as we play, I guess.
Pull up ye old interactive fiction database. It was for the 20. It was Spring Thing 2015.
Delightful.
It was the winner of Spring Thing in 2015. It's also 46th out of 50 on the top 50 of all time, the 2019 edition.
Yeah, there are a couple of reasons that I was pretty jazzed to play this on the stream. Number one, I don't recall the story itself, but I do recall liking it a lot. Number two, like Eat Me, I think it has a lot of interesting things to offer in terms of, like, I don't want to say limited parser, because Groover had a whole rail about that. But when you are playing a PC which has certain limitations that a sort of human-shaped, human-abilitied PC would not. And also, three, it gives me an excuse to ramble about cozy mysteries.
Yeah, I have a feeling that you have read many more Sherlock Holmeses than I have.
Oh, kind of a lot more Lily and Jackson Braun. I'm sorry. Look, we were all in 11th grade once.
I'm pretty sure I've read Hound of the Baskervilles. I've watched a lot of different versions of Sherlock Holmes, some of them more interesting than others.
Yeah, how do you feel about Sherlock as a character? Let's start there.
So my understanding of Sherlock as a character is very very influenced by the Benedict Cumberbatch one, which I know isn't like accurate per se.
Canonical.
But it has a lot of the things that I think about, like the fact that he's not a good person. And the only person... Yeah. That's interesting, but yeah, he's not like that strong a character on his own. But I also think about like the other touchstone I have for it is the Great Mouse Detective, which I feel like
God, I love you.
Look, I Radigan, top tier Disney villain. I don't care what anyone says.
Oh, absolutely no arguments from this corner, my friend. Radigan is S tier. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I kind of feel like in the stories, at least, Sherlock is just there for Arthur Conan Doyle to kind of show off how brilliant he is, and nobody likes a author mouthpiece character. Which is why the surrounding characters are pretty fun, e.g. Toby here.
Yeah, so all right, one more I don't actually read things question. Is Toby like a known character? Is this just like, I feel like there was a dog?
That is a great question. I do not know.
All right. How dare you not be my Wikipedia? Okay, so we're in a drawing room. The suspects have gathered and are disposed about the room in various attitudes. Captain Argente is leaning with one elbow propped against the fireplace mantel. Lady Argente is sitting beside the bay window, crocheting despite the occasion. Lily Argente and Vivienne Laveau have occupied the sofa, and Jerald Argente is standing with his arms crossed. The butler has stationed himself next to the curiosity cabinet. The gardener has stationed himself next to the butler. So, I typically draw maps when I'm playing. I have a feeling if S is the alias for smell, we won't have to do that. But we'll find out. Okay, so everybody in here is potentially a murderer. So we have Captain, Lady, Lily, which I will not get confused by, Vivienne, Jerald, and then the butler, and the gardener. And to be clear, it was Agatha Christie who's the origin of the butler did it, not... Oh. Shucks. So Toby was a real character.
Ugly, long-haired, lap-eared creature, half spaniel and half lurcher, brown and white in color, with a very clumsy waddling gait. I love him.
Inspector Rhines is at the doorway. Watson is seated at a small round table. Holmes is in the center, as always, and you are on your leash, of course. The dead body is sprawled on the carpet. Well, what do we always start with, J-Ram?
X-Self inventory Zizzy. I'm not sure what's going to be in our inventory, but...
As you were just saying, half spaniel and half lurcher, long-haired, lop-eared with a clumsy waddling gait. You might not curry favor at the Kennel Club, but Holmes would rather have your help than he would all the detectives in London. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here are the facts. Holmes begins. At 5 o'clock this morning, Jerald Argente was discovered dead in his current situation by you, sir, when you entered the drawing room to light the fire. That is correct, replies the butler. "5 o'clock, drawing room."
This is going to drive me nuts. Is it Argent?
It can be now. It seems vaguely French.
You know what? Let's just use both and keep it spicy.
You were also the last person to see Jerald Argente alive yesterday evening when he ordered the brandy still decanting at this moment on the table. That is also correct. Did he enjoy biscuits? Biscuits. There's a biscuit box on the table next to the brandy. Well, I should think, says the butler dryly, that everyone enjoys a good biscuit. This is very true. Trust no one that does not like a good biscuit.
What about celiacs?
Look, you can make gluten-free cookies.
Yeah, true.
They're not as good, but... Okay, X-Self, inventory. You're wearing a leashed collar. You'll excuse me if I fail to appreciate why there is a dog in my drawing room, interrupts Lady Argente. It seems entirely unnecessary, not to mention unsanitary. I will excuse you, madam. Ignorance should always be answered with compassion. The dog in question is none other than the great Toby. He has sniffed out more criminals in his day than most policemen could hope to catch in a career. That is because I have trained him myself. Of course, the captain says, any measure that you deem important to solve this nightmare will have our full support. But when you say a murderer is in our company, what do you mean? Just that. If I remember right, Zizzy didn't do anything in Eat Me that was interesting. That won't help you solve this case. You will have no magic in my fantastical Victorian world. All right. So...
I will excuse you is such a great snotty line. I feel like modern adaptations of Sherlock give him more of a personality than the original text.
Yeah. Well, because I think, too, it's like... It is that kind of, like, Victorian Edwardian thing. And, like, everybody's got, you know, the extreme British stiff upper lip.
But Sherlock is here as a man of science and reason to bust down those class stratifications. I think we should sniff the corpse.
All right. You had better wait for Holmes to finish before you start sniffing around. In the meantime, perhaps you might examine the suspects? What codswallop! Exclaims Jerald Argente. We might have disagreements, but we're all family here, even the servants. Are you saying that we'd kill our own? What I'm saying is that I've investigated the house and the grounds, I've examined the body, and I've determined that no stranger has visited within the past 48 hours. Your brother died between 11 o'clock last night and 5 o'clock this morning. Those are the facts. Thank you for telling me facts. Then, what would you have us do? Asked Vivian Laveau. You're saying that we cannot trust each other. As if we ever have, mumbles Lily. Well, it gave us a really good hint. Who do we want to start with?
Let me draw a quick character diagram here. Who is the dead guy?
The dead guy is Jerald with a G.
Jerald with a G. Thank you. Oh, God. You know, Groover, I'm sure you thought this was amusing, but this is going to make shit real hard. Jerald with a J is, I presume, his brother. Vivian and Lily are his sisters, presumably. Okay, let's start sniffing around here, metaphorically. We'll do literally in a little bit.
All right, let's start with the butler. Because as we know, the butler always does it.
Hmm.
The butler is a refined man in his late middle years and the oldest individual present. A black waistcoat, black dress coat, black tie, and charcoal trousers constitute his indoor livery. As an eminent professional, his expression and physical bearing indicate no opinion whatsoever. You need not trust each other, Holmes replies. Only trust me. And trust me when I tell you that my dog has a nose second to none other. I've already gathered enough evidence to form a strong hypothesis. Now, Toby here will make the final test. How will he manage that? Inquires the gardener. Can he sniff out...
Do a Dick Van Dyke accent. Do it. Do it, coward.
How will he manage... I don't even
Yes!
know. How will he manage that? Inquires the gardener. Can he sniff out guilt, or has he got a scent to find? That's not at all what Dick Van Dyke sounded like.
Well, I mean, you're doing about as pretty good job of Cockney as he did, so...
Where's Kez when I need her? You can only rely on an animal's instincts so much, detective. I could not agree with you more, especially considering that we humans are animals too. But never fear, Toby will have a solid lead to track. With that, Holmes unfurls a ribbon, dangling it aloft for everyone to see. Well...
X that ribbon?
Yeah.
Yep.
A white ribbon, bloody and torn. It might have been attached to any variety of objects or outfits. I discovered this ribbon on the property today, Holmes explains. As you'll note, it's seen better times. The fabric is bloody and torn. Once Toby has a whiff, its scent should take him straight to the culprit. Holmes lowers the ribbon to your level, all eyes following. And now remember, Toby, he tells you, once you've decided on your man or your woman, just give a good resounding bark at them. But take your time. Make sure you've got it right. You'll have a treat if you can help us catch the murderer. The magic words have been spoken. A treat. You'd better start sniffing around if you're ever going to unravel this whodunit before dinner time. If you need any pointers on how your nose works, then about should do the trick. I think we're okay.
Yeah, and pretty straightforward. God,
Well,
this is such a good bit. The dog is the one that actually catches the murderer, which is a lovely bit of a lovely way to put your player in Sherlock Holmes' seat as the actual detective without, the baggage of having the PC be Sherlock himself.
Yeah. No, it's definitely... It's interesting playing with that point of view in that way, just to because you're playing as Toby, but you want... It's a Sherlock Holmes story.
Yeah, I don't recall 100% for sure, but I feel fairly confident that there is a right answer to this, right? Like, there is a murderer that we can and will track down and identify. But man, what a great bit it would be if, you just bark at somebody and they're like, why is the dog barking? Sherlock, we're paying you 5,000 pounds. Jesus Christ.
You know what? We are not... Whoa. Hit cancel. We are not far enough along.
Yeah.
Oh, once you've determined the murderer's identity, you should bark at that person to expose their guilt. But don't bark unless you're certain. This isn't a game you're playing. Bark at Watson. Wait just a moment. You'll have only one chance to get this right. But if you're certain that your deductions are correct, then bark away.
I think we should save and then bark at Sherlock.
Well, I'm going to start with Watson. Your resolution has formed. After sniffing circles around everyone in the drawing room and analyzing the diverse clues you've inhaled this afternoon, you have finally discovered who done it. Your chest rises as your lungs inflate to its maximum capacity. You can feel the conviction prepared to burst forth from your throat. And then you allow it to burst, your voice ringing as you begin to bark at John Watson. Woof. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. But wait a minute, what on earth are you thinking? John Watson, the murderer? Impossible. Whatever extraordinary impulse overcame you, it doesn't matter now. Watson is shaking his head at the table. Everyone else in the drawing room is beginning to whisper, and Holmes is glaring at you with a most unfavorable expression.
Oh.
Well, well, grumbles Inspector Rhines, hooking his thumbs around his belt. There's been some miscommunication here, or I don't work for Scotland Yard. Either your dog isn't meant to bark at the culprit, detective, or else he believes your associate is the culprit. I must apologize, says Holmes. I haven't the slightest clue why Toby would react in this manner. It goes against all his training. He's usually such a reliable old fellow. Reliably useless, no doubt, murmurs Lady Argente. You hang your head and draw your tail between your legs as Holmes continues to beg forgiveness on your behalf. But no matter what he says, it's clear you've lost all credibility with such a misdirected outburst. Even worse than that, you might have lost his confidence as well. Oh my god, this might be the worst ending we have ever gotten in a game.
No, Toby, you're a good boy. Undo.
You won't be getting any treats today. I'm heartbroken. What have we done?
Oh god, this is worse than the rats and cavies in Sunless Sea. Yeah, you gotta do that shit.
Oh. Alright. Restart. Yes, we've played it before. Okay, great. Alright. Let's look at some other people.
Alright.
So we looked at the butler. Let's look at the gardener.
Sure.
Burly, brusque, and bearded, the gardener is entirely misplaced in this milieu. His shirt sleeves are rolled and his shoes have lost their shine from recent laboring outdoors. Nevertheless, he's adopted a certain sympathetic manner and is eager for some resolution. Okay. Who's next? Actually, have we looked at the corpse?
We have not. Neither have we smelled it.
The deceased is Jerald Argente, former first male heir to the Argente family legacy. He's wearing a blue brocade robe bordered with fur and has collapsed in a rather unseemly position. His flesh is blotched with lesions. He is still clenching a snifter in one hand, its contents now an amber stain on the carpet. Lesions, snifter. What else? The robe?
Stain.
And the stain. Okay.
So also, how much of this are we meant to be looking? I mean, it's a mystery game, and I'm going to assume that Groover expects his audience to be familiar with mysteries and also primed to write down every single thing. But, like, what's the Pratchett line about, you end up finding a wooden leg and a feather at a crime scene, constructing an elegant theory about a one-legged ballet dancer producing Swan Lake, right? We're also a dog.
We're a very smart dog.
Alright, let's sniff the stain. Or actually, we should probably sniff Jerald.
Podcast. Hi, hello. Okay, yeah, we're back.
Okay. All systems go?
All systems go. Sorry about that. These things happen. Sometimes the wind blows and my microphone does not connect.
Oh, what's up, LTV?
Hey, like... There we go. Yes, because my audio reset, it did the thing. The glories
Brain
of
working in
streaming.
stereo.
The glories of streaming. I swear, I've been doing this. We've actually, JRAM, we've been doing this for almost a year. I need to see exactly when that year moment is.
Oh, delightful. Okay, what should we play for the year anniversary?
We should ask.
Let's make it.
Yes, so the deceased twin brother is a young man with a waxed mustache. He wears his hat curled at the ears. His double-breasted coat is paisley. His starched collar is fastened with peridot studs, and his fingernails are manicured. In other words, he belongs to that not uncommon subspecies known as the fop. This is all the stuff that we saw before. We have the ribbon. Ribbon. Okay. Who else can we look at? We've looked at Jerald with a J. We've looked at the body. We've looked at the butler. We've looked at the gardener.
Vivian and Lily.
All right. Regal in red satin and rubies, Miss Laveau dabs her eyes now and then with an embroidered handkerchief. Her devastation is breathtaking. On her left hand is an engagement ring overburdened by a significant diamond, its symbolic promise extinguished now that her fiancé is sprawled on the drawing room floor.
Gasp. Okay.
So we discovered the ribbon. The magic words have been spoken. We get a treat if we win.
Yay!
Okay. So Vivienne is engaged.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me they're twins? These people's parents held these precious two little baby boys in their hands and welcomed them to the world by naming them Jerald and Jerald?
Well, it makes it easy to yell at them. But yes. We still have the captain, the lady, and Lily to look at.
Don't make Dead Ringer's joke. Don't make... God damn it. Let's look at Lily and then start sniffing.
All right. Lily is a waifish young woman in white. She's evidently not slept well, judging by the dark circles under her eyes. She holds her hands folded in her lap when she is not twisting a long lock straying from her bangs. She's either a little girl who has forgot to grow up or an adult who does not want to. Same.
It's remarkably insightful for a dog.
He's well trained.
Also... All right, what about the ribbon?
All right. Let's look at the ribbon and then let's sniff it. The ribbon is a white ribbon, bloody and torn just as Holmes had described. It might have been attached to any variety of objects or outfits. All right, let's see if we can finally sniff something. Yes! You smell blood, naturally, but also faint incense.
Ooh.
When Holmes discovered this ribbon earlier today, you were accompanying him around the grounds outside. In fact, you smelled it long before he found it, but to his credit, he didn't need you to point it out. "Oh, what's this?" he had said, stooping to examine an otherwise unremarkable spot. "It's only a ribbon," said Watson. "Someone must have dropped it, or perhaps it was torn from an outfit and the wearer didn't notice. It's probably inconsequential." "Nonsense, Doctor. All things are consequential. And you're wrong when you say it's only a ribbon. This ribbon is much more than that." "What else more?" "Evidence." Also have, so like, going back to what version of Sherlock Holmes is like the one in your head. The thing I didn't like about the Benedict Cumberbatch one was that Watson wasn't fat. Like, I don't know what version of Sherlock Holmes made this happen, but in my head, Watson is like fat and unattractive, as opposed to like the rail thin, well, I guess Basil of Baker Street, but whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the secret of those books is that Watson is a stone-cold badass and as intelligent, if subtextually maybe not more so than Sherlock.
Yeah.
People skills are skills.
Well, yeah, because he was he was written as a veteran of some like foreign war.
Oh, you want to hear something really depressing?
What?
He is a canonically, I believe, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, chat, canonically a veteran of the war in Afghanistan.
Interesting. I mean, that makes sense timeline-wise and all of that.
Forever war.
Okay. So that didn't give us as much as I was hoping, but it does have blood on it.
Can we sniff the blood? Are there, like, telescoping layers?
The blood is not fresh. It was spilled at least 5 days ago.
Interesting.
Also, Chad, if you figure it out,
yeah, part of the reason that we do these things on Twitch is not just because we enjoy talking about and playing IF. It's also that we're real dumb. Like, just so dumb. Like, just real baby brain motherfuckers over here.
Okay. So, cool.
I feel like we should sniff the corpse and his dressing gown and his snifter.
Got it.
Snifter.
It only takes a few hours for death to infuse a fresh corpse, and in this case its conquest is complete. But mingled with Jerald Argente's decomposition, you can still smell the drink on his tongue. The furs bordering his robe are also particularly musky. Yeah, there
Sniff
were
them
furs. Yeah, sniff furs. Inside a pocket, nestled deep within Jerald Argente's musky robe, you smell a flask.
Nice.
Sniff flask. An eye-watering aroma from rectified alcohol fills the flask. That sounds like a good idea come break time.
Yeah, right. Can we indicate that there's a flask, like, nose at flask, or... No, we can't bark.
Paw at flask. That won't help you. Get flask. You might try your best to remember the scent, but that's all you can manage. So I think it's
Okay,
it's like Eat Me, where you are limited at that. I wonder if we can look at it, though. I mean, we have eyes. You might smell that, but you can't see it. Okay.
Oh, that's a real elegant way to get around having to write all descriptions for the items. Oh, that's a great point. Do we have an inventory of scents?
Oh, yeah. You can always look at this robe again. Clues you can remember smelling: a flask and blood.
Oh, that's so elegant. Goddamn. All right. Can we try to remember flask?
You'll automatically remember any important clues you smell.
Okay, fair enough.
So if we do blood, yeah. So we just smell those things again. Interesting.
Gotcha. I love that.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot with some of the less, room item based traditional parser games that we've played, where having the commands make sense is really important. Like I definitely remember that with Superluminal Vagrant Twin, where because it was so limited, it made the game actually playable.
Allowed the author to have the kind of ambition that game required, while still being a thing that is producible by one person.
Yeah. Okay. So we can also examine all sorts of things. So we do have eyes. My understanding was that we were like, and now that I know that we're a spaniel mix, this doesn't make too much sense, but I was thinking like a bloodhound with a really like melty face, where like you didn't have eyes.
I love a floppy face.
God, I watched. The only thing that I get on Facebook anymore are horrible spam videos, and one of them was cleaning pig's eyes. Truly one of the most horrifying things I've ever seen in my life.
Why did you watch it?
It was like a 10-minute long video, and I watched all of it.
That just raises further questions.
Look, it's like Dr. Pimple Popper. Like, you just can't turn away. Anyway. Okay, so yeah, let's go back to looking at things, and we can smell them as well. So the robe. Jerald Argente's brocade robe is a massive, semi-medieval in cut. It's fur ermine. It would not be misplaced draping some feudal lord in ages past. But then, the Argente family did inherit its status from wealthy ancestors.
Interesting. Just gonna note that down.
Okay, the furs and the robe are the same thing.
Cool. Let's do the booze, because with the lesions, he was clearly poisoned, right?
Yeah, actually, let's look at those lesions first, and then we'll do the booze. That sound good?
Sure.
Mottled red and purple, the lesions never broke Jerald Argente's skin. Sniff lesions? The lesions themselves have no odor distinct from the body's decomposition. Interesting. Okay. And then snifter. You know it's an expensive brandy, not because it smells especially good, but simply because it's in this household. Yeah, that's me with any snifter, any brandy. The snifter is a short-stemmed yet gigantic drinking glass, bulbously shaped, traditional for brandy.
That is an excellent point, Josh. Is there any way we can check if the smell we smelled from the flask matches the smell we smelled from the snifter?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. And definitely, like, the flask, if I remember right,
Was some kind of like barrel-proof alcohol, right? Definitely not fancy branding.
Yeah. So no, we did not get a clue on the snifter.
How about the stain? The one that spilled on the floor.
There's something vaguely horrible about the stain. Its shape almost suggests a devil lifting a pitchfork. So the stain is also the brandy.
Okay. Interesting. So he was poisoned with something else then, presumably.
Yeah. Okay. And the lesions don't do anything. They didn't break the skin. They don't smell like anything.
Okay. What else we got in the room?
We have the captain. We have the lady. We have all the people. We also have the inspector and I think that's it. Just the inspector. And then Watson.
Yeah, let me see the... And Sherlock, of course. Let me see that room description again.
Yeah, the suspects have gathered and are disposed about the room in various attitudes. Captain Argente is leaning with one elbow propped against the fireplace mantel. Lady Argente is sitting beside the bay window crocheting, despite the occasion. Lily Argente and Vivienne Laveau have occupied the sofa, and Jerald, with a J, is standing with his arms crossed.
Jerald.
The
Jerald
butler
Argente.
is a little saucy. The butler has stationed himself next to the curiosity cabinet. The gardener has stationed himself next to the butler. Inspector Rhines is at the doorway. Watson is seated at the small round table. Holmes is in the center, holding a bloody ribbon, and you are on your leash, of course. I want to see what this leash is. I'm sorry. It's a stout cord. Holmes is holding one end, and the other is attached to your collar. Its braided strands are hemp. Okay. I was just curious.
I mean, that might pay off later. Maybe we need to know what hemp smells like. Let's sniff the captain and the lady.
Okay. Let's look at them first.
Yeah, we checked out the siblings, but not the parents.
Right. The captain is a stocky man with thinning hair but luxuriant side whiskers. He keeps examining his pocket watch, as though he had somewhere more important to be than this investigation into his son's death. He is dressed in a burgundy vest with a velvet-trimmed tailcoat. Sniff, Captain. It's fox hunting season, and although the captain has now been back in residence at the house for at least the past week, you can still smell the hunt he took part in before he returned.
So he's been back. So he had opportunity.
The captain's wife is an elegant but severe woman. Her whalebone corset must be molded into her spine. She has already taken the fashionable initiative to adopt mourning attire with a black crepe dress, jet earrings, and an imperial silk scarf patterned with bugles. Her crochet appears to be coming along.
Stiff the crochet?
Yeah, I'm going to come back to that crochet. The scents that waft about Lady Argente are those scents that would waft about a lady at her toilette, which is where the captain's wife must while away her days, primping herself before a vanity mirror. Lady Argente's crochet, as it takes shape, seems likely to resolve itself into a little silk purse.
Okay.
Sniff the crochet.
Let's sniff. Yeah.
Oh, same thing. Okay. What were you thinking?
Sniff the siblings. I don't think we did them yet, yeah?
Yeah, we haven't sniffed anybody. Start with Lily. It would not surprise you to learn that Lily Argente rarely strays outdoors, and indeed the scents most pervasive about her are those obtained from long periods immersed in books. But underneath these library aromas is another, grave soil.
Oh, she's a little baby goth.
Old grave soil from a cemetery long neglected.
Yeah, she's definitely like reading poetry and listening to the Cranberries in there.
Yeah, but why grave soil? I mean, other than that, baby goth.
Bruh, where else is there to hang out when you're a baby goth in the cemetery?
Churches, outside. I mean, all of that means outside.
Fair. All right, let's sniff
Sniff who now?
Vivian.
Yes, Vivian. Miss Laveau has been a guest in the Argente household for at least the past month, and the sense most connected with her leads your nose to the quarters where she has installed herself for the foreseeable future.
All right.
Quarters? Oh. Okay.
What?
So places. We can sniff places.
Oh, this rules.
Miss Laveau has indeed installed herself. There are chiffonier overflowing with jewelry, and closet doors bursting apart from the gowns stored inside, and folding screens with more outfits draped over them. But these are nothing compared with the bric-a-brac she has collected during her sightseeing throughout London. Urns, oil paintings, statuary, a bird cage, a wooden globe. On a writing desk, she has spread out her impressive correspondence.
We can't read because we're a dog.
I'm sorry, we're a very well-trained dog. You might smell that, but you can't see it. Okay, smell correspondence. The correspondence on her writing desk is organized into an incoming and outgoing stacks, as though she were operating her own personal post office. There are also 2 opera tickets, and some poems bound into a bundle with string.
All right, time to lawnmower these nouns.
I'm sorry. You said that we're a dog and therefore we can't read?
Oh, fuck me.
I will have you know, madam. Poetry does not smell distinct from other writing. You know it's poetry because Miss Laveau read it aloud for Holmes earlier that morning.
Ooh, I want to read this one.
But something you can smell is that the poems were written with Indian ink. Go for it.
An arrow in my heart was stuck that Sunday afternoon when you were walking in the park beneath your parasol. Hot sunlight shining in the blue could not have made me swoon more than the glimpse I had from you that put me in your thrall.
Jerald was a poet magnifique, Miss Laveau had said when she finished the verses. He captured the truth here. I think that when we met in the park on that day, I was holding a parasol. When we have poets, then what need our historians? Holmes had remarked.
Yeah, I think you have a point. I don't think that we read the poem itself. I think that we remembered Laveau reading it aloud. But how did we know the tickets were opera tickets then? Whatever.
It's nice we can scroll up. Okay. Opera tickets. Smell tickets. These tickets were for a performance last week at the theater. It was on a special evening, Miss Laveau had told Holmes earlier. Jerald wanted to take me to watch the opera. Have you ever watched the opera? I have listened to symphonies, Holmes said. We watched the opera together. It is so thrilling. The music and the actors. It didn't end until midnight, but something happened. I do not know what. Jerald would not say, but he was not himself. It was I who was imagining these things. That is what he told me. Every day he was in a black mood. Last night he wouldn't even speak to me. And now, when this morning arrived... There, Watson had started, but Holmes had shushed him. And now that I think, continued Miss Laveau, dabbing her eyes, it was on that same night when I lost my little songbird. I do not know where she went. She was gone when we returned from the opera. This past week has been nothing but sorrow. There, Watson had said again, and that time Holmes said nothing. Okay. Can we smell the songbird? Someone must have released or taken this songbird. It wouldn't have been able to escape from the cage by itself.
Yeah, there was a cage in the room inventory.
Got it. Until sometime last week, a songbird lived inside this gilded bird cage. But now the cage is unoccupied. Symbolism. Okay. We have a telescope, a wooden globe, a statuary, oil paintings, urns. We have so much crap in this room.
Yeah, I get the feeling this one's pretty dense. This might be a 3-parter even.
Let's smell the telescope. The telescope mounted on a swiveling stand. No matter where it swivels, though, the stargazing cannot be too grand here from inside the house. Huh.
How about the globe?
Got it. It must have been disappointing for Miss Laveau that she could only contrive to purchase this model rather than the genuine article.
Wow, that's a little catty for a dog.
One thing that I'm already appreciating is, like, this captures at least a writing style with a voice, you know? And obviously, like, Eat Me did the same thing, and even to a lesser extent, Jelly did the same thing. I'm very... This is, like, very obvious statement, but I'm definitely intrigued by the way that Chandler Groover approaches Parser fiction. It's definitely interesting.
And approaches POV in a parser, right? Like, you're not just sort of a nameless, faceless, blank, PC mannequin. You are Toby. You have opinions about things. And those opinions are a little classist.
Yeah.
So I think I'm starting to get the shape of this. This is kind of a Lime Ergot thing, right? Where, like, we're never going to physically leave the drawing room. We're just going to sniff our way through these kind of mindscapes.
Mm-hmm.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Yeah, you have not put Lime Ergot in front of me yet. It's on the list, and therefore I have kept myself pure and chaste, much like Miss Laveau.
Sure, buddy. Sure. How about the outfits?
Yeah, okay.
Might tell us where she's been.
What a sight it must be to see the clothes flying into the air as she arranges her daily wardrobe behind the folding screens.
Oh,
choosing this, discarding that, tossing outfits over her shoulder. You can emphasize with her discombobulated method. You feel just the same impulse to try different spots when you're digging for bones.
All right. Urns?
These are not little urns. Some are large enough for a person to fit inside. Whatever they might have been made for, they make for terribly impractical souvenirs.
Okay. All right.
There was one last thing. A statuary. Hello, spam.
Be gone, bot.
One of these days I'll learn how to do this.
All right, so just operating on gut feeling here. Laveau feels too obvious. The butler definitely feels too obvious.
That's what you think.
Mm.
I'm gunning for this butler. There was one more thing, the statuary. Originally sculpted to adorn everything from balustrades to spires, these gargoyles and nymphs were at some point divorced from their context in order to provide stock for antique shops. Now they have found a common home with Miss Laveau.
Good God, how large are these apartments they've installed her in? I guess that's just what you did back in those days. I've been watching Brideshead Revisited, which, oh boy, I could talk for a very long time about that series. It's very, very good, and also stars a young Jeremy Irons, who is literally, I don't mean figuratively, I mean literally, the most attractive person who has ever lived. But they're constantly swanning around each other's country houses and just taking up entire goddamn wings.
Wouldn't you? I mean, if you have like a 40-room house, what more could you ask for than to take up like 4 of those rooms?
Well, I might ask my visiting guest not give my tedious son money for his alcohol problem, but that's neither here nor there. Have we searched the room?
Yeah, we've gotten through, I think, everything. I mean, I don't think the jewelries and things like that. I think we're good.
All right. Cool. Let's move on to, so now that we know how this mechanic works, do you want to revisit the corpse? See where he's been?
Yeah, sure.
I'm fairly sure if we smell Lily again, the grave soil will lead us to a cemetery, right?
Potentially.
Okay, so maybe the drink?
Oh. Yeah.
Hello.
Right on the same vibes, Josh Grant. So, smelling the tongue, the deceased was not drinking brandy, as you might have suspected, but rectified alcohol steeped with lemon zest.
Interesting. Can we smell that lemon?
Yeah. Smell lemon? St. Teresa lemons, if you aren't mistaken. We are a well-trained dog.
A very sophisticated palate has Toby. Smell St. Teresa?
Good parser. Just because I had to look it up, a rectified spirit is effectively Everclear. Rectified alcohol or ethyl alcohol of agricultural origin. It has been purified by means of repeated distillation in a process called rectification. So you could be drinking something good, but you're not.
Let's be real. You're not. Okay. What do we need to do to unlock where this guy got this booze. I assume he wouldn't have been wearing his robes at the pub, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Have we tried small alcohol?
Its proof must be astronomically high. It dehydrates your nostrils and makes determining any ingredient apart from lemon next to impossible.
Ah, yes, brunettes. Yeah, good call. Let's go sniff that blood.
Oh,
although if I remember
incense.
correctly. And the incense, yes, thank you.
Cinnamon and sandalwood and cloves. So, my bet is if we say smell cinnamon, pleasure. Refinement. Elegance. Interesting.
And the blood was clotted and old, right?
Yeah, the blood was old. The blood was at least 5 days old.
I think, if I remember right, the descriptions that we looked into with the characters, I think all indicated that most of them, if not all, were there 5 days ago, right?
Yeah. Everybody has been there since over the whole period of time. So I want to go back to the lady real quick.
All right.
Because now we know that's how you go places, is by smelling. So Lady Argente's vanity mirror hangs above a great dressing table, its sides riddled with drawers and its surface forested with phials and glass jars. There's also a dish filled with crystallized ginger for her to nibble as she dabbles with her cosmetics.
I want to voice Lady Argente.
Go for it.
I cannot countenance this violation.
Lady Argente had exclaimed when Holmes began studying the glass jars earlier that day.
You may have been given free rein to search the house, but no motive apart from prurience could lead you to rifle through a lady's personal effects.
Madam, Holmes had replied, if you think that no secrets can be hidden in a lady's personal effects, then you are no lady, and not a man either.
How impudent!
What my colleague means to say, Watson had rushed to explain, is that nothing is too unimportant to investigate at a crime scene.
Then has my boudoir now become a crime scene? I can assure you, gentlemen, that nothing salacious takes place in this boudoir at all. Kind of not the point of a boudoir, but who am I? And certainly nothing as salacious as murder. Your attentions would be better directed toward the actual crime scene in the drawing room, which is where I shall retire to await your esteemed analysis.
For some reason, Watson had said after she left, I don't think Lady Argente has had a very happy marriage. Brutal. Okay,
all right, I want to check out those vials, those ointments and unguents.
Yeah. The dressing table is cluttered with cosmetic products and phials, long and fluted, in glass jars round and fat, green vitriol, creme celeste, lip salves, orange water, eye paint, castoreum, Marseille soap, belladonna, pomade, pearl powder, tooth powder. Start from the bottom.
All right.
The tooth powder is powdered myrrh and iris, chalk phosphate. You can smell where Lady Argente has scooped the toothbrush into the jar to load its bristles.
You wouldn't try toothbrush, just to be safe?
Got it. Rigid with thick bristles. Thank goodness you don't have to brush your teeth. How uncomfortable that operation would be for anyone who tried to brush them for you.
As anyone who has owned a dog can attest.
God. Brushing a dog's teeth is the worst. Brushing a cat's teeth is even worse.
Chicken-flavored toothpaste is the single most horrific smell maybe in the world. All right.
I haven't done chicken-flavored toothpaste, but the medicine that my cat took was chicken-flavored. Oh my god, it put me off eating for like a full hour. Every single day.
Yeah, fucking understandably so. At least the peanut butter one is like, you know what? Never mind. This is not the time, unlike Eat Me, for our hot food takes.
Our hot dog food takes. The pearl powder is bismuth chloride and talc, a rather expensive method to conceal freckles. Also a rather good way to just burn your face.
Should we be smelling the chemicals? Like the chalk phosphate and the talc and such? God, how deep does this go?
Yeah, let's start with myrrh. Oh my gosh, it goes so deep.
Jesus Christ.
Its scent is invigorating, but its efficacy as a tooth powder is not something you can confirm or deny.
I feel like there's got to be a clue in here somewhere. The phosphate, bismuth chloride.
As I'm frantically writing down notes like a news reporter. Lady Argente might present herself to the public as naturally beautiful, but the truth is here, in materials such as this powdered iris, with its essence extracted to reinvigorate her own.
All right.
Having witnessed Holmes tinker with enough chemical substances, now you are thankfully inured to their legion disagreeable odors.
Interesting. I wonder if bismuth gives you the same.
Yeah, that's... Yep.
Okay, that makes me feel slightly better.
No, I think the chemicals... If nothing else, are a wonderful red herring. The softest mineral known to mankind, its powder is light as the air. What else do we have? Okay. Doot. I mean, is it all gonna be...
Wait, belladonna.
Oof, we'll get there. I didn't even connect that. One of my little cousin's names is Belladonna.
It's a beautiful name. Extremely goth.
Well, so were my cousins, so... the pomade is beeswax and benzoin resin.
Okay.
Once upon a time, this beeswax paved the honeycombed galleries and courtyards in a buzzing hive, where the bees came and went on their business collecting pollen.
Should we try to smell the galleries?
I will definitely try. The benzoin resin, although it's not vanilla, it smells just like vanilla. And although it would be almost certain to disagree with you, that doesn't mean you wouldn't try to eat it. No true gourmand shrinks from a challenge.
Oh, delightful. That's a shout out for those of us who have had tried to clean up cough drop flavored dog barf.
Oh, God. Of course you cannot smell the hive buzzing, but with as many bees as once inhabited its honeycombs, you can guess at what hubbub they made.
That's a very eat me line. There's a lot of the same DNA in this, the prose here.
Yeah. Definitely not as intentionally overindulgent.
Okay, so I think that's everything for the pomade. What was before that?
Belladonna.
Oh boy.
Big money, big money, big money. A single drop into each eye will dilate the pupils, lending the user's gaze an otherworldly depth. A substitute for far more substantial depth.
Number 1, hilarious. Number 2, what the fuck? Number 3, okay.
Victorian... Like, they did horrific things to themselves.
So that's means and opportunity for Lady Argente.
Well, but this is her son that was killed, not her husband.
I mean, yeah, no, I didn't say motive. We don't know a motive yet, if there is one.
Got you.
But she was around, and she had some poison kind of hanging out there on her desk. What's up with that soap?
Yeah, I was going to say, how much more of this do you want to read? I mean, want to, all of it.
1, 2, definitely. Let's pick one each for the rest of them, and then come back to it if we need to. I vote eye cream.
Okay. So the Marseille soap, a delicate soap manufactured from seawater, washing soda, and olive oil. Smell seawater? Not just any seawater, but the foam rushing onto the shore around the vicinity where the soap was manufactured. You can still smell it lapping the sand. It is wild to me that baking soda and washing soda are almost the same thing. To be more scientific, sodium carbonate.
It only got the one carbonate.
But yeah, I think if you bake a lot of baking soda with like one thing, you make a lot of carbon dioxide in your oven and washing soda.
Interesting.
Pressed from trees flourishing in a Grecian olive grove.
Smell the grove. You know you want to.
Olives always flood your mind with argonauts and minotaurs. You can picture old heroes wandering amongst the groves and goddesses disguised as crones. It's all because Watson took it upon himself to instruct Holmes in mythology after he discovered the detective's appalling ignorance of classical literature. Holmes didn't seem to absorb much, although you loved listening from the hearthrug. Oh, hearthrug.
Lovely domestic scene.
Yeah.
Just 2 gentlemen bachelors instructing each other on the art of Greek wrestling. Oh, you missed an hour there, bud.
Thank you. Still doesn't help, but... Yeah, all I wanted was just, some home life, but no. Just playing a horribly out-of-tune violin.
And occasionally firing a revolver into the wall. as one does.
Okay. So, that's everything with that?
It's not everything, but we can come back here if we need to.
Well, okay. The one I don't know what it would smell like is green vitriol.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it's nothing, but otherwise known as ferrous sulfate. Its purpose in the cosmetic realm is to darken the eyebrow. Okay. Cool. So I do love this, though. It is like Mind Palace. You had said this before, but it is very like explore the Mind Palace.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we backtrack to Baby Goth and go visit her cemetery?
Yeah. There's also the library and the books.
Oh, yeah.
Smell cemetery. A cemetery long neglected. Not a cemetery. Oh.
Oh, that's so good. God. A
Wait,
plus for attention to detail.
Difference? What's the difference?
One of them is spelled wrong.
Wait. No, there's actually... Oh. Yeah. No. One of those just spelled wrong.
It's a tough word, man.
Big vocabulary. Bad spelling. Weathered tombstones lean in every direction, overgrown with weeds. Many have crumbled into rubble. Looming above their dismal plots, you can smell an abandoned church. Its pews are rotted, its stained glass windows smashed, and its organ is tumbled down into a jumble of broken pipes and pedals. A staircase spirals upward from the chancel to a belfry. Your skin crawls as though you are exploring this dilapidated church. There's something about it that repels you on an instinctive level, and if you were there in the flesh, you would bolt for the door. Well, start from the top. Smell pews. They smell bad. If any churchgoers have been sitting in these pews recently, they could only have been the spectral variety.
All right.
The stained glass, now the only pictures that will show in the church windows, or whatever bats flock past outside.
Smell them bats.
Smell bats. Bats are essentially airborne rodents. You have an ambivalent opinion about them. They've never done anything to you, and you've never had any interactions with them. You'd prefer to keep it that way.
All right, well, where do bats tend to hang out?
Well, smell belfry. You can smell bats roosting in the belfry rafters, the bell below varnished with their excreta. One louvre is partially collapsed, creating a vent to the world outside, and a staircase spirals down into the chancel. Smell chancel. All these great words for church locations that I really should have remembered earlier in this week.
Mm-hmm.
In the chancel stands the altar, the nexus towards which this entire ghostly sanctuary bends. My favorite thing, smell organ. A musical instrument should never produce such earth-rumbling sounds. Destroyed, it is revealed for what it is, a monstrosity. One less pipe organ in the world is one less reason for a dog to hide in terror.
How about the altar? I know, I love this so much.
Although the church has been abandoned, its altar is not. Someone has come here perhaps 6 or 7 days past and left a gruesome scene behind. There are candles melted into stumps and pentagrams drawn with chalk, and in their center rests a songbird, haphazardly mutilated.
Dun dun dun!
Now, can we smell the songbird now? A ritual must have been involved in this songbird's mutilation. Not even a cat would be so cruel. Smell candles. No ritual sacrifice is complete without candles, after all. Smell pentagrams. Whatever ritual took place, it strikes you as amateurish. The props are too perfect, as though someone enacted their idea of what a ritual should involve after reading too many Penny Dreadfuls. Oh, baby goth, no.
I know. I'm kind of less pro Lily now.
What? Look. Mutilating the songbird, but also, like, it's her brother's, like, it's her brother's fiance who's kind of been, like, taking over the place.
Clearly shading.
Well, speaking of Penny Dreadful, do you want to read some books in her library?
Absolutely.
That welcoming scent emanating from a well-stocked library always invites you to sniff through the shelves, just as the titles on those shelves must invite Lily Argente to pull volume after volume from her family's impressive collection. You can smell the bookcases towering around her and the armchair where she reclines to devour her selected texts, and even a little octavo that she has forgot on the nearby footstool.
Alright, so I'm seeing, what, shelves, armchair, footstool, and octavo?
Yeah. Of those things, I do not know what an octavo is. Do you?
It's like a chapbook, right? I think it's like a chapbook, right? Like a book, but we.
That makes sense. For some reason, a Chris has been inserted for a bookmark into this diminutive volume. Highly impractical.
What, the bookmark or the Chris?
Oh, baby goth, no!
I don't think it's her.
Other weapons assemble from the ether as you breathe, marshaled around you in rows, lining the armory in which the Chris once also hung.
Oh, can we go to the armory? Thank you, Josh. Yeah, that's so. It's what, like an 1/8 size page, or like an 1/8 of?
It's probably an 1/8 of a folio.
Yes, thank you.
Baby goth, no. Iron and steel blades besiege your nostrils. They're everywhere, on every wall, crowding against you with your sharpened scent. You feel absurdly like quarry, as though some chase has gone afoul, and the long swords and claymores and pole arms are preparing to impale you, edging closer, ever closer. An extensive collection, Holmes had remarked when he toured the armory. I take it that someone in your family has an interest in weapons? I do, Lily Argente had replied. This collection is mine. Unusual hobby for a young lady, Watson had said. Death has always fascinated me, and these tools have been refined throughout the ages to achieve the most exquisitely diverse mutilations. At no other industry has the human race labored with such devotion. This collection represents every era. Then your interest is historical, Watson had asked. Hardly. My interest is my own. You ought to sympathize, Doctor. Were you not in Afghanistan? Yes, I did serve in the medical corps. My father has no end to his own African stories. I think that I should like to see it one day for myself. Warfare, I mean. Not necessarily in Africa or Afghanistan. Any place would suit me just as nicely.
Okay, noting down possible motive for Lily. The act of killing.
Possible motive. Kind of a creep. Where do you want to go from here, JRM? There's a lot.
Let's check out the rest of the library, because I think it was just a couple of things, right? The footstool, the armchair, and the shelves.
Yes. Okay.
And I think the Chris is probably like the clue in this room, but just for thoroughness' sake.
Yeah, I also want to go down some of these locations. Anything else in the weapons too, for sure. Let's finish the library, then we'll come back to the armory. Because I think the weapons for sure. And just for my sake, I'm curious what Africa or Afghanistan smells like. Or warfare.
Oh, yeah.
Alright, but back to the library. This game is, on the one hand, wonderful for someone. I was joking to a friend that I was joking to you that I've been having trouble keeping one cogent thought for more than 30 seconds. This is absolutely kind of like a dog sniffing. Not helping that. Okay, bookcases, armchair, footstool. Books themselves. Okay. Smell, bookcases. The volumes lining the bookshelves might not transport you to distant shores or gothic castles or enchanted forests as they would a reader, but they do transport you into a bookbinder's studio.
What?
Smell studio. Not simply one studio, but every studio represented by the spines upon the shelves, layered together as a sensory collage, with vellums transposed upon vellums, and marbled boards and buckram and bone folders and book paste.
I feel like this is a rabbit hole.
Is this a rabbit hole we want to go down? I mean, I can smell books all day.
Yeah, but like much like a dog sniffing, you know, what is going to be something that we just kind of go down and down and down, and what's going to be actually like relevant to the case.
All right. Well then, only one thing.
All right.
I personally like the smell of.
Okay.
Smell book paste.
Weirdo.
A goopy, viscous starch. Okay.
What about bone folders? That might be a good clue if we need to smell a bone later.
Carved hand tools used to crease vellum neatly. They smell just like bones, which they are. Mostly femurs, but also tibia. And occasional fibula.
Okay.
Detective, has your dog begun to drool? Asked Lady Argente. An occupational hazard, Holmes replies.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I had to. Okay.
All right, back to the armory.
Back to the armory, or do you want to finish the library?
Yeah, sure, but what, footstool and shelves? Oh, no, we did shelves, right?
Yeah, footstool, armchair.
Armchair.
Smell, armchair. Yeah, this being completely non-linear is amazing, and everything that I could have dreamed, but definitely makes it hard to like stay organized. Lily
Yeah,
Argente.
it takes a lot of skill. It takes a lot of skill to do this.
But it's also like genuinely, okay, everything is here for you. It's kind of like, I don't know, I've actually never played Clue. I was going to say it's kind of like playing Clue. Is Clue actually fun?
That is a great question. I don't think I've ever actually played it as an adult. I'm gonna say no. From my recollections, probably not. Unless you want to put on funny hats and do voices for the characters, which makes any game fun.
Well, smelling this armchair, Lily has curled herself into this armchair with enough consistency to imprint her scent permanently, like those souls in the soot at Pompeii. And why should a mutt, such as yourself, know anything about Pompeii? Because Holmes has taken his obsession with researching ash to a new level. It would be ridiculous if a case involving a museum curator hadn't hinged upon flakes of volcanic basalt.
Well, that seems like a clue. So I'd be surprised. God, I would love to see the design document for this thing. So it seems like the core of the game is going to be uncovering clues that lead to other clues, that lead to things that actually are relevant to the case, right? Mm-hmm. I'd be surprised if there weren't multiple paths to those relevant scenes.
Yeah, there has to be. Because, I mean, these all going into our inventory? No. They're not.
Oh, thank God. Okay, so the inventory is kind of a filter. It tells you what's important.
That's good. I was kind of hoping for it to be like a tiered thing, but I also like that it's kept us focused on what really matters. One of the things that we didn't really think about mattered, the opera tickets. So we'll have to come back to
that. Interesting.
But let's finish off this line of inquiry to go back to the line of inquiry that might be interesting, and then we'll go back to the opera tickets. That sound like a plan? Haha.
Yeah.
Okay. A tuffet, more accurate. Well, fine. Smell tuffet. Okay. It's just a tuffet. Okay. Smell longsword. The weapons melt, their purposes identical, into a common martial aroma, except one hunting knife.
Dun dun dun.
A brutal instrument. You can practically smell the bloodthirsty intent on its blade. What you can actually smell is a residual odor around its handle from a kid skin glove.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
The kid skin is exceptionally high quality. French, you suspect.
French? Like Laveau?
No. So going all the way back to my first thought. And both of those things went in our inventory. Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Just goes to show, this show is made possible by viewers like you. What else we got in that armory?
Yeah. Iron and steel blades, claymores, pole arms. I have a feeling we found what we needed to.
Yeah, that seems like the clue. Okay. Well, you want to head back to the drawing room?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're back. So we have not gone down the captain deeply. There's the sofa in the drawing room. What would he have fallen from? If he was, as one does, having a sniffer of brandy.
Bald. That
okay.
seems to indicate he was standing, maybe. Oh, the fireplace. The fireplace mantle.
Got it. Okay. Sofa, fireplace, mantle. We can actually look at them. We're actually in that room. Of Rococo extravagance, with medallion buttons dimpling its padded back. It doesn't look particularly comfortable. Does it smell comfortable? Some crumbs seem to be lodged between the cushions. These crumbs must have originated from the biscuit box. Which is a tin presentation box filled with plain digestive biscuits, semi-sweet.
Save and try to eat the biscuits. That was not wholly serious.
We haven't saved yet.
Yeah, we should probably do that.
Eat biscuit. You quickly engulf the biscuit under the tablecloth before anyone can tell you otherwise. It tastes especially good because it's not allowed. Holmes isn't very pleased with his tomfoolery.
Hey, but we got a biscuit.
We did get a biscuit.
It's turning out to be a great day for Old Toby. Fireplace.
Right. Oh, wait. Hang on.
Perhaps a partially burned letter?
Okay, keep this one in the back of your head. Apart from its tinny odor, the biscuit box still has lingering scents from the confectionery.
Yeah, I'm going to start noting down locations that we don't explore as well.
Thank you. Especially since the butler was, like, annoyingly cagey about the biscuits. Fireplace, yeah. The drawing room fireplace is large enough for an adult to stoop inside. Soot has gathered in heaps beneath its grate, and here and there blackened branches poke out from the drifts, prepared to crumble at the lightest touch. The butler never did rekindle the fire this morning, luckily leaving the crime scene undisturbed, but unluckily leaving the room a tad more chilly than you would prefer. Okay. Had to double check how to spell mantle. The mantelpiece is ornately thronged with marble putty and surmounted by cast brass clock inlaid with tortoiseshell.
Oof, I bet that is the most elegant kind of tacky.
Can we read the clock? Well, like all dogs, we know what time dinner is.
I'm still interested in the soot and the grate and the branches. Like, we're in a drawing room mystery here. There has to be a half-burned confession note.
According to the clock on the mantle, it ought to be dinner time in about an hour. Okay. Can we look at the soot? Can we smell? I haven't smelled any of these things. I forgot what game we were playing. Although it's since disintegrated, you can still smell the sheet of burnt stationery that Holmes found in the fireplace soot. Someone fed this letter to the flames, but a draft must
What did I say? Hey, what did I say, motherfucker?
Drawn it back deeper into the fireplace before it could burn completely. It was written with Indian ink. The same thing that something else was written in.
Vivian's letters, I believe.
Hello, what do we have here? Holmes had remarked. A classic fragmentary letter. At the time, he had dismissed the others to investigate the drawing room privately, with only reliable Watson at his side. And reliable Toby, too, which goes without saying. I cannot tell you, Watson, on how many occasions JRM has discovered improperly burnt letters. The splendid thing about high-quality stationery is that it resists heat. Not for very long, mind you, but long enough to remain intact if it should tumble aside into some soot like this. Can you make out any message? Only a few lines. Beg you to come. Couldn't have never foreseen. Has threatened me with blackmail. And even worse if must be prevented, although I lack the nerve, at any cost. At that point, Holmes had reached to retrieve the letter, and more fragile than he had anticipated, it broke into particles. Take note, Watson, he had said as he stared down at an empty hand, that even I can make novice mistakes. All right. Well.
Dan, speaking of elegance in the writing here, you have to admire constructing an entire detective game in such a way that you, the author, do not have to bother writing question and answer dialogues.
Yeah. You know what? I know what game we're going to play after this.
Oh, what are you going to play?
We're going to play Deadline.
Oh, rad.
I've never played it, and why not do the classic detective interactive fiction?
From snobbish metaphysical dog to hard-boiled noir guy. That is Deadline, right?
You know, I do a lot of research for FMV Friday and a good bit of research to make sure that I can actually play whatever I play on Mondays. I intentionally do no research unless it's a particular like vintage game. So I know very little about Deadline, except that it's I think it's the game after Zork. It's like Zork 2, and then they're like, we're gonna go like hard left and do something not like this.
Cool.
Maybe Enchanter was in there beforehand. But yeah, that's I don't know anything about Deadline. It's like when I tried to play Suspended and then cried.
I look forward to finding out about it with you, and also to finding who is the murderer of Jerald Argente.
All right. What do we have here? What do we have? So is there anything else? Obviously, I'm pretty sure this is what we needed to find, but is there anything else in this fireplace that we want to take a look at?
Did we try the grate?
Nope. Although it's since disintegrated, you can still... same thing.
Okay. Well, worth a shot. And then we tried the mantle that just had the clock on it that told us it was almost dinner time. Thank you, Toby.
Well, countless fires in the grate below have imbued the mantelpiece with a permanent sooty aroma.
Okay.
So the last thing before that was me getting a little too into the cookies.
Okay. I think after a very solid dive into toilette to graveyard to armory to library to armory, we can maybe try another character? What are y'all feeling?
Before we do one other character, let's go to the cookie store.
Oh, hell yes. Obviously, we're going to the confectionery.
These digestive biscuits must have been displayed on the same shelf as some chocolates. Oh no! Save, 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 save.
Oh no!
Why must something so dangerous smell so delectable? Okay. I know Chandler Groover does not believe in killing characters, but I needed to be sure. Would have been so heartbreaking. Okay, yeah. We have done the lady, we have done Lily, we have done Vivian. We have Jerald,
all right,
we have the butler, we have the garden, we have the captain.
And also Watson, Rains, and Sherlock. I'm kind of curious about Jerald. He seems like a shifty sort. He's a fop, probably wears a lot of pomade.
You've never met a man more liberally perfumed. But no perfume, however cloying, could completely mask the stench from the city boulevards that still lingers about Jerald Argente's boots.
All right, yeah. What kind of sleaziness have you been getting up to, Jerald?
Let's start with the perfume, just because I think that'll be short. I hope. A lime perfume, more intense than any fruit found in nature. 1,000 limes must have been distilled into each spritz. My brother hated it, Jerald Argente had explained earlier in the day. That's why it's my signature scent. It was something I could have that he would never take. Not that he'll take anything else now, apart from a ride in a hearse, that is. And just what, may I ask? Holmes had replied. Did your brother possess that you thought should have been yours? He had my face, for starters. And your name? That's my doing. I went and changed it legally to Jerald after everyone mistook me for Jerald. My own little way to take something from him. A rather clever trick, wouldn't you say? Although, alphabetically, J still comes second to G. But now it doesn't matter. I'm the only brother left.
Well, that makes me feel slightly better on the part of the captain and the lady. I'm not feeling this guy for the killer. Him and Vivian are both too obvious. As far as we know, let's check out his boots.
I mean, so far we have Vivian as some kind of, well, for lack of a better word, songbird in a gilded cage.
Every Black Widow knows you lock that shit down before you murder your husband. Like, this is Femme Fatale 101.
we have poor little goth girl Lily, who's kind of a creep. And then we
Just want
have...
to see something dying.
We have the lady who has literal belladonna. Which I do not offhand know what the symptoms of belladonna poisoning are. And I think it would be cheap to look it up.
Oh. I'm just going to close that tab.
I mean, hey, you are the walkthrough queen. Alright, let's smell these boulevards. The city boulevards teem with human and animal filth seeping from cesspools beneath overcrowded tenements. There are carriages rolling through the muck, and bone pickers scavenging, and the riverbanks are stratified with sewage replenished during each high tide. Apparently, Jerald Argente has been frequenting establishments along the polluted waterfront. Oh no. Could it be steeplechase? I think that's something that, like, now might be a little bit of a cliche, but there was a long time where I think we ignored how absolutely disgusting Victorian London would have been. Like,
Absolutely.
Before internal plumbing, after industrialization, bad times.
Yeah, better quality of life for all, in certain degrees. I'm trying to. This might be a tourist myth, but you know why High Street in London is called High Street, right?
No.
Because of all the shit stacked up real high.
All right. Well, there's a lot here to smell and wear dog.
All right, so written down I have cesspools, tenements, riverbanks, high tide establishments, and waterfront. I feel like waterfront is like the money choice here, right?
Yeah, so let's dance around that for a minute. What do you want to start with?
Cesspools.
We have to embody our characters. Cavernous pits brimming with liquid shit. They will stew for months before the night soilmen come to collect the waste.
Smell the night soilmen. That's probably a clue.
It's the Holman's responsibility to descend a ladder into the pit and scoop the defecation into a bucket. Then the ropemen will hoist the bucket out for two tubmen to relay to the cart. You can smell their kerosene lamps guttering in the darkness as they work. At least these poor souls are rewarded with gin afterwards.
Ah, yes, the crack cocaine in Victorian England. How about the cart?
Encrusted with fecal matter.
Delightful. Lamb?
You can also smell methane, an unfortunate combination. More than one night soilman has left this life engulfed in flames. Terrifying. Truly terrifying.
Yeah. That was a pretty hardcore job, man. Like, people think chimney sweep. Oh, pip pip, governor, may I have some more? No, those children all died at 9.
I mean...
Okay. I feel like we've gotten all we can out of the cesspools. How about the tenements?
Yes. Yeah, it's super interesting in this that you know, unlike a lot of the other games that we've played, because it's not constrained to each room and you have this like logical line that's bound by your physical place. This is interesting with how much it actually makes sense to scroll back and be like, okay, what did I read like 15 turns ago? Because, sorry, I embodied my character and had to smell the poop.
Yeah, it would be really neat to see this with a kind of map.
Yeah. And it's kind of interesting, too, because, like, okay, implementing this, it's one room with a bunch of nouns. And I don't want to... I literally do not want to say that it's a simple structure, but that's like... If this is inform, because it said it. Like, structurally, from an inform sense, this isn't like that complicated for it to be frankly so complicated. You know, it's just like a list of nouns. These are all the things that you can see, and you can examine some of them, but everything you can smell. Yeah, they do unlock.
Oh, do they? Nice. So you can't just mosey in here and start smelling tenements from the first round.
Yeah, because the songbird especially. But even with that, that's just flagging it. I'd say just. I've been deep in time stamping the make an inform game streams that I did 24 hours of streaming, trying to figure out what I was doing. It's a lot. But it's been interesting to watch sort of the cul-de-sacs of inability to focus while I was doing it. All right, the tenements. They're overcrowded not only with people, sometimes 15 to a room, but with livestock, goats, chickens, oxen. One cow has been hoisted into the attic to give milk for the lodgers below. No, not the cow. Smell cow.
Obviously.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, Josh. We play every week. Right, just to give a quick rundown of what's going on. I am deep in Death Stranding on Monday. Mondays are kind of a wild card. Keeping it to narrative games. I have a sneaking suspicion that we will be back with Toby's Nose next week for Tuesday, and every Friday is FMV Friday. I try to find some kind of FMV game. I do not promise that I will beat it. But
I show up most Tuesdays.
Yep.
And some Fridays if I'm feeling ornery.
If you don't have literally anything else to do on a Friday night at you know, whatever it is, 5:30, 6:30 your time.
Thank you for coming by, Josh. Truly lovely to see you. I always appreciate when folks who know more about the more involved aspects of game design and this kind of stuff show up to talk about it with our dumbasses.
But yeah, we also have, just to do the spiel, we also have YouTube that is what I hope to be the best of the best. And we also have a Discord. Feel free to hang out and talk about IF or share interesting things. It has weirdly replaced me talking about this on Twitter because TweetDeck doesn't work for me anymore. So I haven't really been on Twitter at all, which has been wonderful. It's been really nice.
But you're missing the discourse. The discourse, Doug.
That's true. I also am missing like a lot of links and things like that. I've got to find. I found some really interesting links that I wanted to read, and I don't know. They're gone. It's all gone. But hey, smelling a cow in an attic might have puzzled you a few years ago, but that was before you were acquainted with the city and knew just how little space there was to divide amongst its behemoth population. That's wild. Yeah.
Did we try the attic?
Usenet is just before my time. I was an AOL keyword person. But I was definitely not. I mean, I take that back because the first game that we played on stream was a game that I am sure I got off an AOL site. That was Babel.
To have been there for the alt.lit.project days.
But yeah, like I said, it's really been only the past year that JRM has convinced me to play more text games, and it has been wonderful.
It has.
Smelling a cow in an attic. Yeah, same thing.
Okay.
Cow attic.
Here, I suppose.
Smell milk.
All right, how do we get... And you may ask yourself...
Yeah. You prefer milk as an ingredient in other dishes. Drinking it plain is more in line with what a cat would enjoy. All right, what else do we have? Goats, chickens, oxen. I don't think this is at all meaningful, but I kind of want to smell a goat.
I'm thinking those. Yeah, obviously. Who doesn't smell good?
You are grateful that Holmes took you in. Most animals in London do not live what would be called happy existences. Chicken, PTC, how are you? Smell the hype chicken.
Smell that hype chicken!
Same thing. We're grateful, much like for you to join us, that Holmes took us in. Most animals in London do not live what would be called happy existences. We are Toby. We are Sherlock Holmes's dog. We are smelling. We are trying to figure out. We have been entrusted with the heavy weight of accusing someone of killing Jerald.
And most importantly, if we are a good boy and identify the murderer, we get a treat.
We have, however, eaten a cookie.
Let's go back to the riverfront. That seems like the most likely place for clues.
Yes. The Boulevard. Oh, right, the waterfront. Cool. Between a slop shop and a gin shop on the water's edge, approached by steep steps leading down, an oil lamp smokes above an opium den.
Opium den, you say?
Get a all League of Extraordinary Gentlemen about it.
Opium. The literal opium of the working class.
A languorous, seductive aroma beckons you into the den, its vapors curling fingertips. Those vapors part, and you smell perspiration. Figures lined in berths along the walls, not slumbering but insentient, with opium wreathing from their noses. Long dream pipes are arrayed beside smoldering paktong lamps, attendants waiting nearby to administer the drug. How creepy do we want to get?
I mean, I think we're going to need to sniff everything here. Are the vapors going to knock us out?
Close to it. A gateway opens into your mind. Were you to pass its threshold, you might never know the waking world again. Smell. So the conceit of this, I don't know. Might have been with the candlestick.
Our victim was poisoned, I'm afraid.
So I think you were here for this is by the same author that did Eat Me. I think you were here for Eat Me. So instead of eating everything, we're a dog. So we smell everything. So there's no map. There's no rooms. It all takes place in the drawing room. And we are kind of smelling our way through our mind palace to get to the answer. And instead of like an inventory of things, we have an inventory of clues that we can remember smelling. So this is helping me try and make sense of it because J. Ram has been the one really taking notes and paying attention. Okay. So the corpse, Jerald, he was drinking brandy, but in his pocket was a flask of effectively Everclear with a little bit of lemon squeezed in it. There was blood on a ribbon that was more than 5 days old. The lesions didn't smell like anything, but the body had small lesions on it that I assume mean that it's poison. The wife of Jerald had opera tickets that we still need to come back to because we looked at it and went, huh, that's interesting. It didn't go any further.
Fiance of Jerald.
So the lemon zest was in the alcohol. The incense was on the body as well. It was like into the furs themselves. The wife used to own a songbird. The sister of the corpse seems to have killed the songbird in a satanic ritual at an abandoned church. Totally normal. The sister was also into knives. She's basically a baby goth.
A real Lydia Dietz type. We do not really suspect anybody yet. To my mind, everyone that we have inspected so far seems a little too obvious. The goth sister, the vixen fiance, way too obvious. The butler, absolutely not.
The kidskin glove was next to the hunting knife. That points to the fiance. There was burnt stationery with a that was a letter that was just, kind of accusatory in general.
That was written in the fiance's ink from her desk. Dun dun dun.
And then the lime perfume is on the brother who was just kind of jealous of the guy who died in general, to the point where I guess they were identical twins, and to the point where he named himself the same thing, Jerald, but with a J. And that's what we're searching right now, is trying to go down the mind palace of this perfume. And we're now in the opium den.
Jerald has clearly been hanging out. What about that perspiration? Does that smell like anybody
Nice.
that we have smelled?
Some addicts have been lying here for days, unbound by time and place, but still bound by their anatomical functions. Last week, one in particular remained for such an extended period that the attendants finally had to carry him outside and dump him into the gutter.
Gutter?
We are on the same wavelength today, J-Ram. The city boulevards... Oh, no. Gutter brings us back.
Nuts. Alright, I want to go back to the opium den. That seems like a pretty rich field for clues.
We have figures, we have opium, we have dream pipes, we have paktong lamps, we have attendants.
Okay.
I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, right. What if... Can you scroll back down to the description of the perspiration? I want to see if there's any keyword for the one that stayed. One in particular. Can we try to smell one, maybe? Or smell remained? I want to see who this person is.
I'm going to take a stab. Addict? You have never met a man more liberally perfumed. But no perfume, however cloying, could completely mask the stench from the city boulevards that still lingers about Jerald Argente's boots.
Okay. So the narration is now telling us that he is an addict, not just a tourist.
Oh. Yeah, it's lime because Jerald with a J, his brother Jerald with a G, who's the corpse, hated it. And it was the only thing that Jerald couldn't take from me. Also, it does sound like a probably pretty good smelling perfume.
Sounds lovely, actually. Okay, so under motive for Jerald with a J, I'm gonna write down twin envy.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, let's go back to the perfume.
Yeah.
It's a lime perfume more intense than any fruit found in nature. 1,000 limes must have been distilled into every spritz.
Smell limes?
Why can't I smell all these limes?
God damn it.
St. Stelio limes, if you aren't mistaken.
Oh, delightful. Okay, so the game that I was referencing earlier, Lime Ergot, that is a deliberate shout out to that game, which is a masterpiece and maybe pioneered, this style of, like, you're not moving around a world, picking up things and looking at them. You are exploring a mindscape and telescoping deeper and deeper. St. Stelio limes are a figure point in the plot of Lime Ergot.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's... The nice thing about that list is that you gave me is that I now have a list. The bummer is that I want to play them with you.
We'll get to it, bud.
All right.
The boots took us to the boulevards, and the boulevards took us to our broken dreams. And also filth and muck and bone pickers and the polluted waterfront.
Yeah, waterfront. That's where we're going. Right, the waterfront brought us to the opium den.
Ooh, but there's also a slop shop and a gin shop.
Yeah, you know.
And a glop glop. And a gin shop.
Slop shops trade in ready-made clothing assembled from whatever material the city's scavengers can provide. Often these materials are dredged from the river or picked from the trash. Not a boutique by any means. Smell trash? We are a dog. The trash in the river might have washed away once upon a time. Not anymore. Not fast enough.
Attempt to eat moldy shrimp shells. Cost your owner $5,000 goddamn dollars.
Eat trash. Might give it a go if you could, but you can't. Okay. Smell gin shop. Bottles stocked behind the counter, spirits spilled underfoot, the barman wiping glasses with a rag. This establishment doesn't smell very inviting at all.
Ooh, do the spirits smell like the lemon Everclear?
Rodent's Delight, a cheap concoction sold only at the seediest shops. You don't imagine most rodents would actually survive this toxic libation. Most humans wouldn't fare too well either.
Smell barman to open old wounds.
Whatever the barman might hope to accomplish eludes you. His rag is dirtier than the glasses.
Look, no shade. We've all been there.
I personally am a big fan of the blue raspberry one, but that's me.
What about the rag?
Same thing.
All right. That's a very efficient parser.
We're also like on the right wavelength today.
Yeah, man, I really love investigation games. I'm not very good at them at all. I don't have the kind of analytical acuity, I guess, to like keep track of all these things in my head and connect them. But oh man, if you put me down a path, I will investigate every goddamn bit of that path.
What else is in here? We have the bottles, we have the spirits. Yeah, nothing of use.
Okay. The opium den.
We have the oil lamp and we have the opium den. I'm gonna check this oil lamp real quick. I'm sure it's nothing. Rusted from exposure to the elements.
Hmm.
And then back to the opium den. We did the vapors. We did perspiration. We did not do the figures.
Probably gonna be the same thing, but worth a shot. Oh, and their births as well.
Yes. Opulently appointed with silks and tasseled pillows.
Hmm.
The dream pipes are enormous, with bamboo stems and ceramic pipe bowls. Some smokers require 2 hands to hold them.
Okay. What about them silks and pillows?
Soaked with sweat.
Hmm.
I do not know what a Pacton lamp is. Clearly, I have not done enough opium in my life. Lamps conically crafted to concentrate their heat beneath the ceramic bowls attached to the dream pipes. Well, I'm glad that the opium den isn't anything other than, like, circumstantial evidence.
Nah, there's definitely something here. Jerald be shifty as fuck.
I mean, yes? Maybe? I don't know. What else? Alright. Let's smell those boots. Again. Boulevards. We did all that. We started with the human and animal filth. For we are a dog and must stick our nose into the most disgusting things. We did the cesspools. There's carriages, there's bone pickers, there's riverbanks, there's sewage, and we did the waterfront.
Let's, last thing that I have written down for the opium den is the attendance.
It must take a certain resolve to operate as an attendant in an opium den. You can still smell the lime perfume clinging to these attendants from one addict they had to throw into the gutter around 6 days ago. He must have overstayed his welcome, which is to say, ran low on funds.
So, PTC, we found some blood that was definitely not the victim's. The victim only died last night, but there was a ribbon that had blood that was dated to about 5 days ago.
Okay. So there's incense. Is there... There's not incense here, though.
Yeah, no, it just smells like opium in here.
Interesting.
Weird. So for everyone else that we smelled, we have managed to go down a rabbit hole far enough to find a big clue. His mom had belladonna on her desk. The little sister had a knife in her book. Where's the big clue here? This seems like the most suspicious scene that we have found so far.
Well, the lemon zest, or I'm sorry, the lime perfume is its own smell in our inventory. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we tried these already. Yeah, fuck it. What about the dad?
All right. They're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I love that we have an infinite amount of time of these characters gathered in the drawing room for this dog to just kind of like wander around sniffing them.
Oh, right. Fox hunting season. It's fox hunting season, and although the captain has now been back in residence at the house for at least the past week, you can still smell the hunt he took part in before he returned.
Nice.
Fox hunting is not an aroma easily expunged, especially not from a devotee like the captain. The countryside lodge where his hunting club gathers is as pungent an odor around him as the drawing room in which he currently stands. Both my sons used to ride along with me, the captain had said when Holmes interviewed him. A grand old sport, fox hunting. You're not a man until you've had bloodling at a kill. But this season, I've had to go afield without the lads. Mortimer's wretched new hobbies have destroyed his health, although you'll never get him to admit it. Mortimer? Watson had asked. What he's done with his name is an insult. I refuse to recognize it. And Jerald? Holmes had said. What about him? My first son was negotiating his engagement. It's not something that's widely known, but now that you've arrived, detective, I can see no reason to withhold the truth. Our family is laboring under financial difficulties, and a favorable marriage would have been necessary to secure our station. That seems unlikely given this morning's tragedy. Soon enough, the creditors will come hunting, and then I suppose it's we Argente that will be the foxes. Huh. So, confirmation.
The Argente family has fallen on hard times. Is Vivian rich, though? It doesn't seem like she is.
She's got a lot of stuff. She bought a lot of things without care.
But was she using her fiancé's credit, or was she using her own money?
She came with a gilded cage. So much hmming.
Yeah, right? How about the lodge?
Yeah, totally.
Also, fox hunting is an absolutely brutal sport.
A raftered hall rises around you, trophies gazing down from lofty mounts upon the walls as the club members pass in and out beneath them. There's stables attached to the lodge, and kennels too, and a pasture outside stretches towards a covert. Covert? Covert. I thought something, Linda.
One of my favorite things about, well, favorite in heavy quotes, I love that it's cool to shit on the English now. Like any precocious youth, I was an Anglophile, but a more developed understanding of global history and sociopolitics. The gentry's refusal to pronounce anything in the French manner, which is why you see all of the landed English ladies and lords calling them a valet instead of a valet.
Oh.
I
assume also foyer versus foyer.
Just sheer English bloody-mindedness.
I am fascinated. I am also unashamedly an Anglophile still.
They do have some of the greatest cheese in the world. Let's check out the kennels. That seems like it would be of most interest to Toby.
By your estimation, a rather miserable living arrangement, but the hounds who inhabit these kennels are athletes, after all, and it's no uncommon thing for athletes to maintain strict regimen. Because they must work as a team, the hounds also live as a team. But you wouldn't trade your own home for any sportsman's glory.
Aww.
Smell hounds?
He loves his gentleman bachelor dads.
What were you saying?
Toby loves his gentleman bachelor dads.
These hounds would never stoop to consorting with a mutt such as yourself. They belong to their own pack. Okay. I think that was the kennels.
Yeah, that seems like everything there.
You can smell many horses in stalls, along with oats and hay and manure. These odors, although perhaps not commendable independently, when mixed, generate an aroma to inspire the most warmly gentle drowsiness. Smell horses. It's like driving. You have to be like, ooh, horses. You realize that some dogs have an affinity for horses, such as the hounds that go hunting with them. But to you, they have always seemed formidable and terrifying creatures. They are gigantic, prone to panic, with deadly hooves. You will never forget how you once saw another dog trampled to death beneath a horse-strung brow. Oh, Toby.
Oh. Toby, do you need to work out your childhood trauma here? We're here for you, bud.
I mean, horses are terrifying. I don't
yeah,
think
they really are.
I don't think that's too terrible to say.
How about... I feel like this is going to be a dead end, but maybe the oats and hay?
Okay. Oats are a deceptive food, with a promising scent, but an unpleasant, mealy texture. There's nothing especially flavorful about hay, and yet horses gobble it up. What foreign preferences? You would only eat it as an emetic.
We've really been enjoying in this playthrough is the very distinct narrator voice here, where it's kind of Sherlock Holmes Victorian gentleman, but unmistakably a dog.
Stalls and horses are the same, unfortunately. But yeah, it's been a little challenging. So let me say this. If I were playing this alone, this wouldn't bother me at all. Having to read this out loud, it is a little challenging figuring out like what is synonymous. So like, I don't know, horses and stalls, not totally the same thing. But if I were just playing this on its own, I definitely wouldn't mind it. It would be nice to have the like, okay, you're going down a at best cul-de-sac.
Well, I feel like that would defeat the purpose of the game, though, right? Like, any good mystery has its red herrings.
Mm-hmm. All right, what else? Club members.
Yeah.
Mounts, trophies.
And the covert.
And the covert. And the pasture. Okay. Let's get this a little bit closer to us. Smell lodge. Okay. Bottom up.
Yarr.
Attempting to navigate the covert would be impossible by sight, with gnarled oaks and brambles and briars forming a more twisted natural labyrinth than any architect could build. That's why the hunters must rely upon their hounds to track the fox. Once the pursuit begins, smell fox. A passion for hunting has depleted the region's native foxes. This fox was imported from the continent to meet rising demands. I'm following my nose here. Smell continent. That's a big ask. Okay.
Sure.
Smell oak. Smell brambles? A fox might hide amongst these obstacles, but can never hide its scent. Okay. Next thing up would be the pasture. It's here on the grassy pasture outside the lodge that the hunters assemble in their colors before the pursuit, each astride his horse, the hounds mingling between the horses. A more bustling pell-mell could not be imagined, as the hunters and horses and hounds teem in anticipation for the horn. When it blows, they will dash for the covert nearby as the pursuit begins in earnest. Alright, so we did the covert, we did the pasture, we did the kennels, we did the lodge, we did the stables. We have members, mounts, and trophies. Colonels and majors and brigadiers and such. You can smell them lounging in their hunting lodge, smoking cigars, after the day's pursuit has concluded. Smell cigars. Much more pleasant than the cheap shag that Holmes smokes. His tobacco is practically poisonous, but these cigars are heavenly. You could summon this smell to mind even without a source. Holmes smokes incessantly, and 221 Baker Street is steeped from floor to ceiling in his fumes.
What about the brigadiers and majors and colonels and such? I feel like it's going to be members again, but...
Yeah, totally. So, this game, no. I don't know, JRM. Do you think we can combine things?
We never typed about to learn about the smell mechanic.
Yeah, let's do that. Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
So, your nose is an extraordinary organ. It can smell and keep smelling, and keep smelling smells within smells. In fact, since you'll be doing so much smelling, simply entering S works as a shortcut for smell. You may not be able to collect physical evidence, but you'll always remember important clues in your mental inventory once you've smelled them. When you think you've figured out the murderer, then Holmes wants you to bark at somebody to indicate their guilt. The Scotland Yard will take over from there. The drawing room is filled with sights and scents, and some are references. You could toggle footnotes on to see their sources, but then that might spoil the fun, wouldn't it? Finally, if you're having too much difficulty, you can sharpen your scent. Doing this once will italicize most nouns in the text. Doing it twice will set important clues in bold. Sniffle to unsharpen your scent, return to standard gameplay.
I think we should sharpen.
I don't know. I don't think we're having too much difficulty. We've made some great progress.
We absolutely have. If we get stuck, it's good to know the option is there.
We could sharpen our scent to 2 whole levels. So it seems like our inventory is just like a list of things, and if we smell them, we can get
unlock other smells.
Yeah. So we still need to go down these opera tickets a little further at some point. Not right now. Colonels and majors and brigadiers? Sure.
Oh my.
Smell majors. You don't need to know your nose to tell you that there aren't any common infantrymen here. None would be able to afford the extravagance inherent in a fox hunt. Yep, same thing. Alright, what? So the only thing left are trophies.
Yep.
Zebras, lions, rhinoceri, and elephant, all decapitated and taxidermied. There's also a lurcher's head hung amongst them. What's a lurcher?
Oh, what now?
A lurcher. It's your own kinsman. Oh, a dog. What loyal dog could deserve such a fate? Perhaps the hunters meant it as a tribute to a fallen friend, but that doesn't make it any less ghastly to smell.
No.
Truly horrifying. Huh. Okay. So I think we've gotten everything out of here?
Significantly, we haven't found shit on the captain. He seems to have no motive and no means at all.
Yeah. I think the big thing out of him was finding out that, like, the family is bankrupt. Okay, so we have the butler and the gardener, and then, you know what? I'm feeling a little unmoored. I want to smell Dad.
Yeah, let's smell Dad.
Dad, what do you smell like? The first thing you smell about Holmes is the ribbon he's holding, but only because he called your attention to it. Tobacco is truly his most noticeable aroma, which you always associate with home. 221B Baker Street. You can also smell notepaper tucked somewhere beneath his ash-dusted lapels.
Well, we tried the tobacco already. Let's definitely smell that notepaper.
From what you can manage to smell, the notepaper seems to be perfectly clean, without any traces from pencil or pen. It is high quality and it's been folded as if to better fit inside an envelope, although it's not inside an envelope. You don't know why Holmes would hold on to blank notepaper, but he must have his reasons. He always has his reasons. Smell 221B, Baker Street. The tobacco fumes are dominant, but the Baker Street lodgings are thick with other familiar aromas. Chemicals arranged on acid-charred bench, the gas gene kept in the corner, the violin case, leather covered and studded with nails, the bullet holes riddling the wall. You can smell the Persian slipper on the shelf above the fire where Holmes stores his tobacco, and the cocaine bottle next to it, and the syringe inside its neat Morocco case. You're very well acquainted with the bearskin hearth rug, and the files piled everywhere have that pleasant pungency fermented when paper ages.
What did I say? Smell that cocaine.
There would be no use trying to curb Holmes's little habit. He claims that he must take cocaine during the downtime between his cases, otherwise his overactive mind would be too bored. It sounds like an excuse to you.
Ah, yes, that famous soporific, calming influence, cocaine.
Yeah. It's, yeah, you know.
Concentrate on what might help us with the case. What is a gasogene?
Watson is always preparing carbonated beverages with the gasogene. Its 2 glass globes are enmeshed with wicker and wire, the upper filled with tartaric acid and sodium bicarbonate to produce the desired fizz.
Alright, there have been way too many chemical names in the description of stuff so far to have that not be a clue. We're going to need to identify, like, the exact substance that killed this guy.
Yeah. But, on the other hand, every time that we go for a chemical, it gives us the same, not error message, but boilerplate message.
Yeah. And we already tried the sodium bicarb. What about the violin case? Or the syringe?
The syringe still harbors cocaine in trace amounts.
Wait, what?
The syringe. The violin case. Holmes is an eccentric violinist at best, but his instrument is incomparable. A Stradivarius, hand carved from willow, spruce, and maple by the old master himself. Okay. I think this is all just flavor text, I'll be honest.
Probably, but I'm a little curious about the different kinds of wood.
Okay.
Let's just try one of them.
The varnished wood transports you back into a time you never knew, more than a century ago, when the trees were still spreading their leaves in the sun and the air was as pure as a song.
I'm pretty sure leaves still do that.
So they all give the same.
Okay, well, just a thought. Huh.
I'm going to do one more thing. Hydrochloric, acetic, prussic, and sulfuric acid, barium bisulfate, sodium tungstate, and tetraphosphorus hexasulfide, amongst other experimental ingredients, crowd the bench in test tubes. I'm not even going to try typing any of that. Especially since sulfuric acid is misspelled. Yeah, I think this is just flavor text.
We got to visit Dad.
I did want to hang out with Dad a little bit. Only other thing would be his lapels. You've been taught to recognize 140 variations in cigar, cigarette, and pipe ash. To the trained nose, there's as much difference between a Trichinopolis acrid soot and a bird's eye's mild fluff as there is between a cabbage and a potato. Holmes favors strong, harsh, and extremely cheap shag tobacco.
Yeah, party Sherlock.
He's got his rollies, bally shag.
All right, be honest. Were you ever a hand roll guy?
I would still be a hand roll guy if I could find some bally shag.
Yo, same. Hard same. They're delicious. I'm sorry.
No, they're not. It's just way cheaper. No. I have this weird thing. Loose tobacco smells like ham to me. Like distinctly like ham. I don't get it. All right, let's smell other Dad.
Cured.
The most delicious scent in Watson's sphere can be attributed to the fresh cheese crumpets he ate earlier this morning, along with his black breakfast tea. Apart from that, he smells like home. 221B Baker Street. Well, smell crumpets.
Obviously.
Buttery with melted Cheshire. These cheese crumpets are Mrs. Hudson's specialty. Oh, Mrs. Hudson has some more tender heart ever slipped a cheese crumpet under the table, or scratched an upturned stomach, or thrown more kindling on the fire just to heat a poor dog's nap-time hearth rug. Only 3 things in life are important. The first is to be kind, the second is to be kind, and the third is to be kind. And Mrs. Hudson has mastered them all.
I love that. I love that so much. You know, I'm not good at many things in life. I'm not the person with the most friends or the most widely beloved, but I have endeavored with every step that I've taken in my life to be every dog that I've ever met's favorite person in the world.
Yes.
That is an aspirational goal.
Okay. Other dad smells good. All right.
I guess we just have the gardener and the butler left then.
We have the gardener, we have the butler, we have the inspector.
Of course. Not sure what he could do for us, but maybe some context?
Yeah. Inspector Rhine smells the same as every other inspector you've encountered, like Scotland Yard. As a presence at this crime scene, he is more a government apparatus than a person.
All right, let's go check out the yard.
You would never want to visit Scotland Yard. Smelling it summons to mind endless hallways filled with endless holding cells, where policemen scurry about like beheaded chickens. It's probably not a fair assessment. You can acknowledge that Holmes has biased you with his mounting complaints against the police force. Nevertheless, it is with Scotland Yard's unspoken consent that he carries out his practice. And it isn't uncommon for the police to come consulting him either, as Inspector Raines did this very morning. Wouldn't want to start a scandal if it's not necessary, the inspector had said. You do know how the press will sensationalize something like this if it drags out. They love a good murder. Who doesn't? Holmes had asked. But it can't simply be any murder. Otherwise you wouldn't come ringing my bell at this hour. It isn't any murder. It's an Argente that's been murdered. I dare say this will be the highest profile crime we get all year. And as it falls into my hands, I wanted to call in the best without delay. And the best would be you, detective.
Okay. I suppose.
I don't think any of this is going to help us.
Yeah, plus Groover is pulling a real twist on us here. Raines is probably not the murderer.
Let's start with the butler. We have the butler, we have the gardener. And then we've examined everything. Brandy is the first note that you detect, followed by similar licorice odors from the cellar where the butler must have procured Jerald Argente's final request. You can also smell a tang that you recognize as silver polish. Actually, JRM, would you like to take a streamer union break? And then we'll do the butler and the gardener. And then make our best guess.
I feel like there's something that we're missing, but let's check out these the downstairs people.
Okay. Cool. Similar licorice odors from the cellar.
Or union break, obviously, of course.
Oh, yeah. Union break first. We will be back in 10 minutes. We typically take a nice union break for we're of the Streamers Union.
I need a tenor to go inhale my opium and hit my snuff box.
All right. See you in 10 minutes.
Sir people?
And we're back. Okay.
Now, who here is ready to solve a murder most foul?
I just want to smell more things. So, when we last left off, we smelled the Butler. And okay, brandy is the first note that you detect, followed by similar licorice odors from the cellar where the butler must have procured Jerald Argente's final request. You can also smell a tang that you recognize as silver polish. Well,
we definitely tried brandy already. How about the polish?
Okay. One of the butler's chief responsibilities is maintaining the household silver. It is kept locked away in the pantry until the family requires it to be brought out during meal times. Well, pantry. Situated between the dining room and the servants' passage, the pantry is really no more than a nook, and yet it is into this nook that the butler retires at day's end. His bunk stands against one wall. On the opposite wall are racks filled with fine china and silver. These living arrangements are not unusual for a butler, whose guardianship over the household silver is almost akin to a dragon protecting a hoard.
Bunk? Racks? Silver?
Sure. All right. Let's start with the silver. Great households pride themselves on their silver. More than any other expression of their wealth, it is this silver that their guests will handle most intimately. And if their guests do not appreciate their silver, why then that says more about their guests than it does them. For your part, you would be content gnawing a marrow bone under the banquet table. Great people too often forget simple pleasures. Smell the bunk. The butler's bunk, like everything else about the butler, is shipshape, although you can smell that this hasn't always been the case. He apparently spends his off nights simply sipping claret until his tipsiness lulls himself to sleep, and the odor from one little debauch last week still lingers.
Yeah, I want to smell some debauchery. Debauchery. Would it be a debauch, I suppose?
Well, the claret is just a fine red wine. Smell the debauch? If drinking claret alone in a pantry can be called a debauch.
Opa!
I mean, un poquito.
Okay. Was that the pantry? What else is in the pantry?
The bunk, fine china and silver.
Oh, this is the dining room and the passage.
Got it. Okay. Let's just do the china really quick. Sevres porcelain. The price for one table setting alone would eclipse a typical laborer's yearly wages.
If you're also poor, why don't you sell your damn china?
Right? Alright, the passage. Well traveled by footmen and maids on their daily rounds, the passage threads behind around numerous rooms before terminating at the house's service entrance. Despite its convenience, the Argentes themselves would normally never use this passage, which isn't to say that they are unfamiliar with it, and certainly not that they are barred. The entire house, after all, belongs to them.
Footmen? And maids.
Start with the footmen. Holmes hasn't asked any other servants into the drawing room, which you can safely say excludes them from involvement with the crime. Same thing for the maids.
Oh, service entrance.
The service entrance occupies a small vestibule through which deliveries are processed, and through which servants arrive and depart. Its floor is tiled and the grout between two flagstones is bloody.
Yes.
Smell that grout. There's not much blood at all, which is probably why it has not been sponged clean. Only a dog with a champion nose like yourself, or a detective with extraordinary perception, would have noticed the evidence left behind by the struggle. The potential for evidence is everywhere. You'll have to be more specific. Fine.
Yeah, that's fair, I suppose.
Struggle. You sniff, and you sniff. And the more that you sniff, the less that you think you can call it a struggle. There might have been a resistance, but it ended too quickly, with a blade, and then blood, and then death. Somebody stepped into this vestibule and then never stepped out again. Perhaps they were carried or dragged. At the very least, they were removed promptly, because you cannot smell the putrefaction that would have begun to develop had they remained long.
A clue! Zutaloa.
Smell blade? There's no doubt in your mind that this blade was employed on a very sinister errand.
Been the Chris. We would have smelled it.
Right. Huh.
Can I see the vestibule description again?
The floor is tiled, and the grout between the two flagstones is bloody.
Yeah, that's all we got. Okay. So
what about
someone was
flagstones. Okay. Brings us back there.
Yeah. Someone was murdered, but not critically our victim, because he was poisoned. Maybe he oh shit, did he murder someone and someone else poisoned him in revenge for that murder?
Yeah.
I'm thinking this ribbon belonged to whoever was murdered in the vestibule.
So the incense. So if we go back, we have blood, we have the bloody grout, we have a ship-shaped bunk. We still have the gardener.
Yeah, let's go check out the gardener.
All right. The gardener smells as a gardener should, like a garden. The drawing room is more alive in his proximity, as though he has brought along flowers and plants from outside to drive death from the scene. Not that death has been driven anywhere.
Oh.
Smell death. Death is all around you.
How about the garden?
A landscape garden shut in by a private hedge. Its grounds have been tended towards a tasteful naturalism, with open celandines in crowds, thick clustered primroses, forget-me-nots, columbines, hyacinths, and a mountain cowslip bordering the path. A small cottage stands at its edge with a gardening shed.
Ooh.
So much to smell. Let's start with some flowers. Withdrawn blooms, the celandines. Withdrawn blooms with bashful scents, the celandines grow in clusters, perhaps in order to encourage each other just as bashful people would when they gained strength in numbers. This grand old dame, the faint perfumed primrose, belongs in her forested realm, but for now she will have to make do with her seat here in London amidst the factories. A modest flower, overshadowed by the others. The forget-me-not is that genius in the room who will rarely be heard because she is too polite to raise her voice for attention. Holmes has no such difficulty.
I think the flowers are a red herring.
Yeah, I think so too. But really well described.
They're lovely.
The columbines are an incestuous brood, effortlessly self-seeding whenever they are given the leeway. In that respect, you suppose that they aren't much different from many established clans in the aristocracy, although columbines probably smell better. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think
The cottage in the shed.
Yeah, cottage, shed. Start with the shed. Inside the shed are the regular tools you would associate with the trade. Leaf trimmers, trowels, a spade, a watering can, not to mention pots and stakes for trellises. For the stakes, the garden's more delicate flowers require extra structure for support. In some cases, they would perish outright in this climate without constant care from the gardener. Although empty, the pots in the gardening shed still smell like potting soil. The garden's soil is rich with nutrients. No wonder its flowers flourish. Yeah, I'm just trying stuff as we go. Please speak up. Dirt still clings to the spade's digging edge. The dirt isn't the same as the soil in the garden. The dirt is hard and cold, perhaps from some less frequented location on the ground. It had to be broken apart with great force by the spade, and then it had to be packed back to conceal the thing that was buried below.
Oh, shit. Was it the gardener? Try location.
You want to turn your nose away. But here, underneath this packed dirt, is the mystery's horrible heart. Every worm squirms in your nostrils. She has been dead for a week. But worse than that, you can smell that she was pregnant when she died. The blood on the ribbon is hers.
Oh, shit.
Smell the woman underground. Nope, all the same. Can we smell the blood again? No. Okay. Okay.
So I'm thinking that my theory that Jerald with a G here ravished a servant girl, killed her to hide the evidence, and then I think that that is probably the key to his murder, right? I mean, that seems...
Yeah. Huh.
Shit, we should have started with the servants in the first place.
Me, the butler didn't do it.
That's what I sound like.
Okay. What about trowels? A watering can?
That seems like the big clue in this scene to me. Let's check the trowels in the can just to be sure, of course, but...
Yeah. What can you say? This watering can smells predictably as though it was held with water. Or has held water. Little shovels designed to turn over the soil for the flowers. Yeah, I think we found the thing. But now what?
I feel like we're not done with Jerald with a J.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, all right. I'm going to make a random stab here.
All right.
So we have the hunting knife with the sinister blade.
Mm-hmm.
That had the French kidskin glove. Those were used by Jerald with a G to kill the girl.
I'm with you.
He couldn't have killed himself. Could he?
Sound like the kind of guy to feel that much remorse. I mean, the servants are basically not people.
That's true. The butler would have... I mean... This is not just me being like the butler did it.
Right.
The butler would have had... I mean, he had all the knowledge.
But he has no motive.
So he was put... So he was put up to do it by someone else. And it comes back around.
The brandy, of course.
Okay. Well, you're saying that we need to look more deeply at Jerald with a J.
Yeah.
I want to look back at these opera tickets real quick.
Yeah, it's Vivian's opera tickets and whatever the hell Jerald with a J was doing in the back alleys that's going to bust this whole thing wide open.
Oh, no, that's it. These tickets were for a performance last week at the theater.
Small theater?
Spell theater. A bustle with theater goers crowding the orchestra before the stage. Opera boxes rise towards the ceiling, where a marvelous electric chandelier drips with crystal. And far away, beyond the farthest row and the farthest balcony, above even the chandelier, more onlookers peer down from the house's cheapest seats.
Smell phantom.
But then, would a phantom dog be able to smell a phantom puree? Or would a phantom dog, inverted in the afterlife, only be able to smell solid purees and be consequently tormented? These metaphysical questions will have to wait.
Incredible. Oh, Chandler Groover, wherever you are, I applaud you.
It's strange to think how humans entertain themselves. An evening at the theater involves sitting still in the dark for hours to watch something everyone knows is a lie.
A very darkish take on the theater. How about the cheap seats?
At this lowest level in the opera house, the theater goers may be closer to the stage, but their packed situation can't be comfortable. Smell cheapest seats. These cheap seats may not provide the greatest vantage, but for a few hours their occupants can pretend, along with the actors, that the world outside does not exist, and that the stage's little world is everything.
I think the theater's a dead end.
Yeah, I guess.
Because the only person connected here would be Vivian, and we have no evidence that she's involved in the theater. She just goes there.
Yeah. The chandelier is a technical wonder. Not even the Argente have illuminated their house with electricity. You cannot quite envision what it would look like, hanging there in the theater with its lights blazing. But from the currents that you can smell running through its wires, it must be massive. Okay, yeah, the theater is nothing. You wanted to go back to
The Boulevard, was it?
the Boulevard.
El Germa.
Smell muck? Some yards are 2 feet deep in excrement, bricks scattered here and there to create walkways over the mire, and the privies are forever overflowing.
Well, clearly we gotta smell the privies.
Too feculent even for you to find appetizing.
What about the establishments?
The establishments.
Because there were two, right? There was a slop stop and a
gin shop.
And the opium den, of course.
The steps are worn hollow by drunken feet in a ceaseless tread.
God, the attention to detail in this parser is incredible. Like, I cannot even do anything but just sort of gush on a craft level here. Like, I have no, criticism or interesting things to say. This is just, perfect attention to detail.
Yeah, totally.
Let's go have some gin. Slop shop?
Yeah, the slop shop is the clothes store.
Mm-hmm.
And then the gin shop didn't have a whole lot.
Ah, yes, the Victorian Ross dress for less.
The river is as thick as chowder, sewer lines dribbling into the current. Toshers wade through its sludge with 8-foot poles while mudlarks splash along its banks, searching for valuables. Smell mudlarks. Homeless children with nowhere to turn. They live in their own societies, ungoverned by any adult. Their London is another London entirely. Aw. The Toshers use their poles to prod the riverbed, testing its sucking ground for quagmires. Their long velveteen coats float around their waists, pockets bulging with whatever they can scavenge.
Pockets?
The Toshers have filled their pockets with copper bits. It might not be much, but at least it's something to trade in at the slop shops.
I guess let's head back to the slop shops. That's a very...
Slap shops? PTC's probably not here, but okay.
I want to check out the gin shop again.
Bottles stocked behind the counters, spirits spilled underfoot, the barman wiping glasses with a rug. This establishment doesn't smell very inviting at all.
Those must be some big glasses.
We got this before.
How about the bottles? Or the counter?
There is more to the space behind the counter than first meets the nose. You can smell incense trickling through a trap door and an oiled lever connecting with some mechanism underneath its panel. Smell trap door.
It.
The trapdoor opens into a descending stairwell weathered by aristocratic souls.
The souls of boots, perhaps?
Below the stairwell, a dank corridor stretches towards an adjoining basement. Crates stacked to the ceiling leave passage enough through their maze for visitors to climb another stairway into the building above. All dankness from the basement shrinks like darkness from a flame when you inhale the fragrant air above. You can smell roses in vases, and wrists dabbed with eau de cologne, and fans unfolding to hide painted lips. Patrons are lounging on ottomans, drinking champagne and eating strawberries. Eventually, one or another bedroom door will open to receive them. Throughout the chamber, an amaranthine incense drifts.
Huh. What is amaranthine?
I don't know.
A dark reddish purple color, unfading, eternal, immortal, or infinite.
Sure. Okay.
So is that supposed to indicate it's the same incense that was on our victim's robes?
Yes, I think
Nice.
so. The eau de cologne is citrus and bergamot.
Patrons?
Sprawled across the ottomans with a freedom they would never exercise in daylight circles, the patrons are without exception upper class. You can tell because they smell just like money.
I'm assuming ottomans are going to give us the same thing. How about bedroom?
Every other scene falls to your side like scattered playing cards as one bedroom looms dominant, its portal thrown wide to your snuffling nose. Within you smell, burning atop a bureau, the incense at its source, a coil smoldering inside a censer. There are garments on the floor, there are articles scattered in trails that converge towards the bed. And on the bed you can smell not one client and not two, but clients transposed onto clients, stretching back through prior months.
Oh boy.
The clients are a melange. Sorting them would be a task beyond even your skill. Their numbers are too great, and they have frequented the bedroom for too many years. But you can smell two recent aromas distinct from the rest. Harry Squishmas, how are you? Happy Text Adventure Tuesday. We did just smell some bedrooms. Sonneveld, how are you? French toast, please. How are you? Happy Text Adventure Tuesday. We are Toby. We have a nose. We are, I believe, smelling a brothel.
Or Sherlock Holmes's dog, attempting to smell our way through a murder most foul. So, if I'm not mistaken, I think this indicates that our victim, who was drinking lemon zest vodka, and his brother, who wears lime perfume, were frequenting the same lady of the evening.
Oh. Yes, because we can smell two recent aromas, distinct from the rest. The first is lime perfume. Lime perfume is worn by the brother Jerald with a J. The second, even more recent, is lemon zest. Both, however, are now older than a week. Okay.
What about the bed? The bed itself?
Smell the bed. For those of you who aren't typically here, it's Text Adventure Tuesday. We play text adventures. My lovely co-host J-Ram chose Toby's Nose, which is another game by Chandler Groover. We played Eat Me, before the holidays. And, yeah, we play narrative games. Smelling the bed. Sex is seeped into the bed, as deep as any scent could seep. No washing could ever remove it. There are men and men, one after another, month after month, fondling and fucking the same prostitute in every position and manner. The oversaturated odor makes you wrinkle your nose. It is too much. I am not sure. I kind of hope it isn't too. Well, J-Ram, this is the second time that we have played a Chandler Groover game where I've been like, I am sorry that I am doing this. I think we have to smell the prostitute.
I mean, it's better than smelling sex.
Well, we could do that too. She is buried beneath her clients. You can hardly smell her own scent among theirs.
The garments on the floor. Toby is a dog, yes.
Yes, Toby is actually canonically Sherlock Holmes' dog.
A little twisted that Sherlock is not actually that great of a detective. He just kind of relies on the people around him to make him look real smart.
Clothing doesn't seem important.
It said garments on the floor, right?
Garments. What garment isn't here? At some point in time, from one person or another, everything seems to have been shed. The bedroom floor is a veritable couturier. Okay.
All right.
Let's go back to
the room that we found the prostitute in.
We have the incense, we have the garments.
There's a bureau.
There's a bureau. Apart from the sensor, you can smell some other items that once sat upon the bureau. A snuff box, an ampule, and a flask placed aside by a client.
Smell that flask!
Yep, it's the flask. There's no other flask.
Gasp! Alright, what about the ampule?
Unlike the flask, this ampule must belong to whichever woman consistently occupies the bedroom. It's bottled with Fowler's solution. What is Fowler's solution?
A solution containing 1% potassium arsenite, once prescribed as a remedy or tonic.
An almost scentless medicine, commonly prescribed for syphilis. It should only be taken in very small doses. Well, thank you for the lurk.
Okay. What happens if Fowler's solution is taken in too large of a dose? Perhaps lesions and death? Like the corpse in our drawing room?
I mean, you do know what causes lesions.
Oh, was he syphilitic?
Well, I mean, it's Victorian England.
And everybody was. What about that snuff box?
Hang on.
Are you gonna try? I swear to God, if this works.
You have your suspicions about who may or may not be infected, but the disease is too subtle a thing for your nose to confirm. Okay.
So for those of y'all fresh to the stream, we've been gushing about how well implemented this game is. Literally everything that is possible to identify, we can smell.
Interesting.
Snuff box.
Right. Smells snuff box. You're under the impression that snuff had fallen out of favor with most women, but apparently not with the woman who owns this snuff box. She must take it before entertaining her clients. Fair. Okay. So, y'all are probably aware of the typical use of inventory. In this game, your inventory gives you a list of things that you remember smelling so that you can smell them again. So, like, we have smelled a dead songbird. We have smelled lime perfume. All of these different things. We smelled bloody grout. There's a woman underground. All sorts of things have been going on in this torrid tale. However, we're no closer.
At this point, so I dismissed the fiancé as too obvious. But now it seems that her fiancé was cheating on her with the woman of the evening. Ha! Sonneveld, I have made numerous Pratchett references throughout this entire thing.
I'm glad you have somebody to Discworld at.
Read a Discworld book. They're good. Okay.
All right. Oh, that just blew this case wide open.
Raised further questions, but it revealed some things. Okay, so the two brothers were presumably unknowingly frequenting the same brothel. The alive brother hates the dead brother.
Well, he did say that he took everything. And the only thing that he wouldn't take was the lime cologne.
But how does the murdered woman... Wait, is the murdered woman on the grounds the prostitute?
I mean, potentially she would go through back doors?
Yeah, she... Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Go back to the dad.
Okay, go back to the dad. Smell Captain. It's fox hunting season.
Try the house and then maybe the hunt? I think I have something here.
Yeah, okay. There are many rooms in the Great House. You'll have to be more specific. Smelling the hunt, countryside lodge. That's not in the house.
Oh, all right. Smell club?
Yeah, there are many hunting clubs. Usually the larger the club, the higher its standing, owing to the simple fact that a grand old hunt, in the grand old tradition, requires a great many participants. But the captain belongs to an exclusive club, whose members were all brothers in arms during the early scramble.
So I feel like I remember the scent of lemon hanging around one of the hunting party. Which maybe indicates that the dad was also wearing lemon cologne or drinking lemon booze.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's try smelling the brothers. Okay. No, we can't do it that way.
Participants.
Colonels and majors and brigadiers and such. You can smell them lounging in their hunting lodge, smoking cigars after the day's pursuit is concluded. We didn't try brigadiers. Nope, same thing.
What about the hunters? Or like a hunter?
A hunter's colors are as minutely mandated as any formal attire. Captain Argente wears what everyone does: a jacket, cravat, kid-skin gloves, and a velvet-covered riding hat.
Oh, shit!
Okay.
Wait, there's a...
So what about the riding hat? What about or the jacket or the cravat or... Okay.
Yes, for those of y'all new to the stream, you are catching us in full Charlie Day red string pinboard mode here.
Yeah. Okay. So smell the jacket. It's a red jacket. It must be red. You don't have to smell anything to know this. But you can smell that the captain has an envelope folded away inside his jacket. Smell that envelope.
We're a dog, we can't read.
The captain must have tucked this envelope into his jacket for safekeeping until he had a chance to read the letter it contained. Smell that letter. You cannot read a letter just by sniffing it, and you'd still have certain difficulties even if you could manage to see it. But you can smell that it was written with Indian ink. An ink produced by mixing lampblack with water. Some Indian inks are more elegant than others depending on the lampblack's quality. And this particular ink is exceptionally refined.
Ink that was on the fiancé's desk. So the fiancé wrote a letter to the dad. Saying what? The dad then burned the letter.
Yes.
But why would the dad kill the prostitute?
For the money.
What? I mean, okay. I understand the family has fallen on hard times, but I don't think that a Scarlet Woman would have that much dough. But she was pregnant.
Yeah, because if that came out, then they wouldn't be able to have the marriage.
Oh, shit. Okay, so Dad definitely killed the prostitute. But why would he kill the son?
He didn't.
Thoroughness' sake, I want to check out the rest of the stuff he's wearing. The cravat and...
Totally.
We got the gloves.
No, that's the other son.
There are less honest ways to make some coin.
In a pinch, a hunter's cravat might double as a sling if there should be any mishap during the hunt. Okay. Then we have the kidskin gloves, which we've already smelled.
Because they were on the presumable murder weapon of the prostitute.
Right.
Yeah, we've been remarking about how delightful the narrator voice is. Toby is unmistakably a dog. If you smell bones, he starts drooling.
Hey, I was very happy that I could get a cookie. Alright, velvet-covered riding hat.
Is colors a word?
The velvet serves no safety purpose. It has been adopted, like so many things in life, for its appearance. Smell colors.
Do I can smell the colors. Oh God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
The colors, Duke, the colors. I'm colorblind, kid. Burned into my skull.
Yeah, I bet if you uploaded a bunch of those 90s commercials to TikTok, they would take the fuck off.
That is a very common Twitch stream, is just watch some 90s commercials. PTC did a really great one, actually.
Should watch that. Okay, so I think we got everything here. We got the jacket, cravat, and the hat. Okay.
Okay, the captain did the murder. The murder has limited things to do with it. All right, let's go back to this list. Let's bottom to top. What's going on? The lesions. The deceased had syphilis. The dead songbird. Our wonderful baby goth Lily did some stupid things to try and get rid of a sister-in-law that she did not like. But she is largely innocent. The hunting knife with a sinister blade found in Lily's armory with a kidskin glove was the murder weapon to kill the woman underground who was, regardless of her occupation, the mistress to both of the brothers, Jerald and Jerald. The burnt stationery, formerly a letter. That was the letter in
The fireplace.
the captain's, in the fireplace. Also, potentially the letter that was in the captain's pocket. The line...
no potentially about it. I think that's pretty conclusive.
Cool. The lime perfume is the calling card of Jerald with a J. The lemon zest was found in the alcohol of the deceased. The ship-shaped bunk
was the butler's bed.
Was the butler's bed.
That led us to the vestibule in which someone was stabbed to death.
It also was where maybe he drank a little bit too much wine and was not able to tell what was going on. The bloody grout was the clue that led us to the woman. The spade buried the woman. The blood was 5 days old, belonged to the woman. The blood is on the ribbon. The opera tickets.
Those were on Vivian's desk.
Those were on Vivian's desk. That was from multiple nights ago. I wonder if those were to get both Vivian and the deceased out of the house. The incense is the same incense at the brothel. The flask has a different alcohol and is the deceased calling card because he just loves Everclear and lemon. The Fowler's solution connects the brothel and the deceased. The Indian ink connects the fiancé with
the letter that was in the jacket pocket and was later burned.
With the letters. It's the mother.
On earth did you get that?
Who hates everybody? One thing we didn't do, smell the crochet. We did do that. Smell the vanity. Great dressing table. Smell the ginger. It's a candy in which sweet and tart are married.
Horrible stuff.
What? Ginger candy?
I love ginger. One of God's great flavors on earth. Crystallized ginger is overwhelming in everything that it's in. Well, I'm fired. Been fun, guys.
I don't know what to tell you.
Argente is... I'm going to go ahead and stake it here. It's either Jerald with a J or his dad. Or both of them in conjunction. I do not think it's Lady Argente or any of the servants or the fiancé.
And Lady Argente had all the poisons. But there was no... Okay. You know what? We
don't usually do this. I'm going to say that we save... Let's save scum this.
Yeah, no. I want to know if both of us are wrong, we will continue.
All right.
All right. So, the way that we accuse somebody is to bark at them. J-Ram, who are you barking at?
I'm barking at Jerald. Wait, no, the captain. Because he's definitely guilty of at least one murder, if not both. We know that we can pin him for one, which is more than we can pin Jerald for. Buckyous!
Wait, just a moment. We did have this before. Wait just a moment. You'll have only one chance to get this right. But if you're certain that your deductions are correct, then bark away. Your resolution has formed. After sniffing circles around everyone in the drawing room and analyzing the diverse clues that you've inhaled this afternoon, you have finally discovered who done it. Your chest rises as your lungs inflate to their maximum capacity. You can feel the conviction prepared to burst forth from your throat. And then you allow it to burst, your voice ringing as you begin to bark at Captain Argente. Woof. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. The captain snaps his pocket watch closed with a clap, continuing to lean against the mantelpiece with one elbow as he slides the watch back into his tailcoat. But, despite his calm demeanor, his brows knit and his expression darkens. Your dog, he says, must have made some mistake. I'm willing to forgive the mutt because it's only a dog, but the notion that I should have killed my own son is outrageous. I would do anything for my children.
Including murder.
About that, Holmes replies, I quite agree. All that I've observed in this household leads me to suspect that you take your role as its head very seriously. Then I'm glad. We can continue this investigation if the dog only gets the scent right the next time. I'm afraid that's not how it works. Once Toby's got a scent, he's got a scent, and whether it's wrong or right, it's what he'll track. We would have to wait until he loses whatever scent he's tracking now. Then we'll wait, however long it takes. That won't be necessary. The scent Toby followed was perfectly correct this time. Holmes lifts the bloody ribbon high into the air. That scent was obtained from this ribbon, but this ribbon never belonged to anybody present in this drawing room. There are some here, however, who would recognize its owner readily enough. Who owned it then? Asked the inspector. That is what I'm prepared to explain, Holmes answers. The crime you brought me here to investigate is not the crime it would appear to be. Jerald Argente has been murdered. That is plain enough. If you would like to know how, his symptoms indicate arsenic poisoning. Someone with access to arsenic slipped it, not into the brandy he ordered last night, but into the personal flask he carries with him. Are you saying I've poisoned my son? The captain asked. You've lost your mind. I've said nothing like it. In order to understand what happened to Jerald Argente last night, we must first understand what happened last week. And in order to understand that, we must associate ourselves with his habits he shared with his brother. It may come as a shock to his fiancée, but Jerald Argente was no stranger to London's brothels. He was a pleasure seeker, and he found one woman there who must have given him what other women couldn't.
Ooh. I bet you anything that in the ladies' dresser, all that stuff we didn't investigate, there was some arsenic in there that the captain swiped.
Yes. But that cannot be true, says Miss Laveau. We were in love. It's true enough, returns Jerald Argente. Not only did he find a woman, but he found my woman. He could never leave something for me. Had to take everything for himself, even the whores. Mon Dieu! Cries Vivian Laveau. Your alarm is justified, Holmes continues. It was precisely such an alarm that Jerald wanted to avoid, especially when the other woman threatened him with blackmail. He needed to remove her to secure his marriage, but he didn't have the nerve to take her life, and Captain Argente did. You mean there's been a second murder? Asked the inspector.
It was the first.
A first murder, J-Ram corrects him. It happened last week after Captain Argente returned home from his hunt, on the same night that Jerald Argente took his fiancée to the theater. He arranged their outing to ensure that they wouldn't encounter the other woman.
Right.
She arrived at the house's service entrance, presumably by appointment, to collect what she thought would be payment, but she did not leave alive. He clenches the ribbon once more for emphasis. This ribbon was torn from her outfit while her corpse was dragged outside the grounds. Its fabric is soaked with her blood. She was killed with a hunting knife taken from the household armory and buried with a spade taken from the gardening shed. The scent I asked Toby to track led him directly to the captain because the captain stabbed and buried her. Her blood is on his hands.
Dun dun dun.
Throughout the monologue, Captain Argente's expression has only grown darker, his brows knitting more furiously together. His shoulders are squared, his chin lifted with defiance, as though he were a great cat with its spine arched to expand its size. Hot air, he says at last. It's all hot airs. You cannot prove an atom in this make-believe theory. On the contrary, it has been written down. I discovered this letter, Holmes says, extracting some notepaper from his pocket, in the fireplace. It details explicitly Jerald Argente's problems with blackmail and begs just as explicitly for his father to repair those problems. I don't think that I need to say who wrote and who received it.
I wish you would.
But that's impossible, exclaims Captain Argente. I saw it burn myself. Then do you deny who wrote and who received it? No, but I... And do you deny that you acted in accordance with your son's wishes, committing murder to preserve the family's legacy with a prosperous marriage? You damn detective. I welcomed you into this house to catch his killer. His killer is buried outside. She poured arsenic into his flask as a contingency in case she wasn't paid or was betrayed. He might have drunk from that flask at any time, but he only drank it from last night. You have already delivered justice to his murderer, although you didn't know it at the time, and now what remains is for justice to be delivered unto you. The captain's transformation is complete. His side whiskers are bristling, his fingers extended like claws, his teeth gritted between his snarling lips. And, like a great cat, Captain Argente pounces. It's twilight, and the streets are wet after a brief drizzle. The lamplighters are making their rounds, raising their long wicks to light the lanterns. You can hear and see carriages rattling along the roads. Above, the stars are coming out. Holmes and Watson are walking, leading you beside them, or perhaps it's the other way around and you're leading. Of course it was theatrical, Holmes is saying. And while it might have been a risky gambit, it flushed out our man, didn't it? But if you knew it was the captain, then why did you need Toby? Asked Watson. For the theatrics, my dear chap, just as I've said. The captain would have never exposed himself without being put under the greatest pressure. I wanted a confession, not a muddled case prolonged for weeks, especially since I didn't have any letter that spelled out his guilt.
Holy fuck. I would have bet my life that the brother and the dad were in on it. Was there some arsenic in her room that we missed?
Maybe. Or maybe that's what the medicine was. Oh, you know what? Maybe it was arsenic in the medicine.
Fowler's solution, potassium arsenite. Oh my god! Rules. Also, I am extremely fucking proud of myself right now.
Take a damn bow. I'm like, man, we're gonna have to do 3 of these. Would have so much reading to do. No, nail it in one. Well, we have a prompt.
Yeah. Wagtail. Get treat. Be good boy.
Simple pleasures are the best. Beautiful. You aren't paying too much attention to the conversation. Your mind is more focused on savoring every last lingering flavor from the treat that Holmes gave you. Unfortunately, you ate it too quickly. That always happens. The others had potential alibis, Holmes continues. But would they have admitted it? Not a person in that household had a clean conscience. It's just as well that I didn't have to drag out any skeletons. But if Toby had gotten the wrong scent, the only thing that Toby needed to do was smell the blood on the ribbon, then trace it to Captain Argente. Even an untrained dog might have succeeded there. Hold on for a moment. Even an untrained dog? The only thing that Toby had to do? Does Holmes really believe that it was elementary? People have no idea what they're saying half the time. Bark. The case is solved. There's no more need to bark. What I didn't predict was that Captain Argente would react in such a ungentlemanly manner. Holmes goes on, touching his bloody lip. It was good that the inspector had his manacles ready. What I don't understand, Watson says, is the significance behind the biscuit box. I've thought long and hard and I still can't uncover a clue. Was it evidence or not? It was evidence, Doctor, that everyone enjoys a good biscuit. You're round the corner, and finally, now that the mystery's solved and the day's over, you have returned to Baker Street. It stretches towards Regent's Park in the northwest, and to the southeast, less than 1 block away is your home, 221B. P. A dog must do what a dog must do. I feel so bad that, especially since I've been playing Death Stranding, just everything is about pee and poop. We do Eat Me, where we had to eat poop, literally eat poop.
I think a little gentler next time.
Come along, Toby, Holmes says once you've finished.
I wonder what would happen if we tried to do that in the drawing room.
Oh my gosh.
A very rude dog indeed.
Well, all the things that you can try on your own playing this. There's definitely more to find.
I can't believe the belladonna was a red herring. Who has belladonna just sitting on their damn vanity?
To make your eyes dilated.
Why is that good?
Why is any of Victorian beauty standards good?
I guess we head back home?
The drawing room is swamped in oh no. Bummer.
Small bug. No biggie. I guess just Z?
Follow. Z? Twilight deepens. Look.
Oh,
Oh, I guess we have to go.
yeah, go home or enter 221B.
Or do you want to go to the park?
Obviously, I want to go to the park.
Yeah, let's
We
go to
go
the
in the
park.
dog park. We go in the dog park. We go in the doggy world. Doggy world.
With a sudden yank, you're free from Holmes, and then you're running northwest up Baker Street with your leash dragging behind. You can hear him calling after you, Who thought the great detective could be taken by surprise? But you don't stop running. You've been sitting for too long in drawing rooms. Regent's Park is ahead. You cross the street, swerving around Browns as the horses whinny and their helmsmen yell until you can feel grass beneath your paws. It's also wet from the rain. This is what a dog's life should be. Rolling in leaves, trees towering into the stars, no walls, no ceilings, and no criminals to catch. You're even tempted to let out a howl. It isn't that you dislike Baker Street or that you want to leave Holmes or Watson or Mrs. Hudson, but sometimes they seem to forget that a dog is a dog. As people, they could never understand how the forest calls to you, not only from outside, but from inside. Besides, you deserve a good romp after the work you've done today. Holmes and Watson appear to agree, because even once they've caught up with you again, they only stand aside to watch. Holmes isn't winded, but Watson is panting and wiping his brow. You're panting too, with happiness. You're a family, and when you do return to Baker Street, you hope that Mrs. Hudson will be waiting with cheese crumpets freshly baked. Every dog does have his day. Another mystery for the memories. J-Ram, thank you for this.
Thank you, my friend. What a trip. This was a goddamn delight. Also, as a dog owner, I must note that anyone who slips a dog cheese crumpets is clearly not someone who was responsible for cleaning up that dog's poop.
But geez. Okay, so I have to read this author's note because I'm so tickled. And I think also, like, you've mentioned some of these influences already.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
The idea for Toby's Nose came to me after playing Castle of the Red Prince by C.E.J. Passian and Lime Ergot by Caleb Wilson. I wanted to write a mostly one-room game where the principal mechanic was investigating objects nested within other objects. Investigating via smells seemed like a good idea, and who better to investigate smells than a detective's dog? I decided to use Toby, a character in Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes stories, because Toby has always been the archetypal detective's dog for me, but not due to the stories. My first exposure to Toby was through The Great Mouse Detective.
Hell yeah.
In that cartoon, Basil is a mouse living beneath 221B Baker Street who relies on Toby, living with Holmes in the flat above, to track down mouse-sized criminals. In Doyle's stories, Toby doesn't live at Baker Street, but in my game, as in the cartoon, he does. I've also made other adjustments to Doyle's characters to suit my purposes. Holmes is more obnoxious and cynical, Watson is fatter. The time period is an unspecific 19th century stew, although Watson's memoirs have already achieved public fame. The game takes other liberties. For example, Toby can see as many colors as a human would. I didn't want to make a game where tinkering with different puzzles unlocks a solution. Rather, I wanted players to do the detective work themselves by searching for clues and then making sense of those clues in their own minds, outside the game. Toby's Nose can be solved immediately if the player happens to bark at the correct suspect, but there's probably less satisfaction in a random guess. This game was written for Spring Thing 2015, where it received both Audience Choice and Alumni's Choice ribbons. Some other games I've written include Hunting Unicorn, Midnight Sword Fight, Tiger Arm, 3-Card Trick, and What Fua Bansaku Found. Thank you, Chandler Groover. Thank you, J-Ram.
Thank you, Chandler
Raiders.
Groover.
Thank you,
Raiders.
everybody.
Thank you, Toby.
Thank you, Toby. Yeah, we're doing Deadline next week.
Hell
I
yeah.
want to see what a different kind of... I've really wanted to do Deadline, and I really like doing older games as well. So, very, very fun.
I really like the rhythm we've fallen into, where we do some kind of classic examples of the genre and talk about their differences from the modern stuff that we alternate with.
Yeah. I also quite like that we did a triple shot of Chandler Groover.
Deserves it, man.
He does. That is a lot of games that I'm gonna have fun checking out.
A Midnight Sword Fight is probably a little too not safe for work to do on the stream. Maybe 3-card trick at some point, though. All right. Who are we rating?
Who are we rating? Do you have any ideas? Chat, do you have any ideas?
I ain't got shit.
Let me... Well, one of my computers is not going fast enough.
Oh, and my own little Toby has appeared to breathe dog breath fumes all over me.
Oh, how wonderful. Oh, you know who we're going to raid? Do you want to check out a 1989... Oh no.
Oh boy.
Do you want to try a 1989 Sierra point and click?
Try being the operative word there, but sure.
Yeah, we're gonna raid Sonneveld. Who popped up in chat? Sonneveld is a DOS game player. One of the very, very chill, very cozy vibes. He also has, I think, 3 wonderful dogs. Wonderful greyhounds. They're gorgeous.
Hey.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. We will be back Friday with some kind of FMV game. I will be back Monday with more Death Stranding, and then Tuesday, heck yeah, we're doing Deadline. I will figure this out.
Can't wait.
All right. Well, thank you, J-Ram, as always. This was very, very fun.
I can't think of a better way to spend a Tuesday.
Neither can I. All right. See you, everybody.